Hello, hello. Can you all hear me? Let me check my mic. Looks like I'm audible. What's up? Tofu! Good to see you, Tofu. Let me go through this list of people who said hello. We got Metal Wolf ZX, Hollow Juice, that's Boombox. We got Jumpy Neb, Pioneer Rose, I Dan Barris, Hunt Punt, Redley, Jumpy again. Astrocade, IDT, Tofu, Rimdev, Vari, Cat, Feroy, Random Jimbits, Khalid, Sword in the Duck, Katana Gaming. What's up, everybody? What's up? Oh, Claire's here. What's up? And there's Bubba. How y'all doing today? Let me go to my talking head view. What's up? Hello, Hollow Juice 49. Where Monarch? Hey, RKI, what's up? How you doing, RKI? Ahmed Salama, the end. How's everybody doing? Jeremy, looks like Jeremy without the E's. My voice sounds a bit deeper. I think I might be getting sick. When I was trying to go to sleep last night, I had a bit of a sore throat, but I'm feeling okay this morning, maybe a little congested. Hopefully I don't get sick. I hate getting sick. Hey, it's Monarch. What's up? Tofu, what game am I playing today? Well, I have a bunch on the list. A lot of people have submitted, and plus I still have a lot that I haven't gotten to yet. So there are a ton on the list. First one on the list today is called Toion Escape. I don't know if it's supposed to be like Toion or Torion. Torion. Don't know how to say it, but that's the first one on the list for today. So. Music General is going through a boombox post drought. Happens. No Val Jeremy. Oh, Tofu, thank you. Like the stream, gang. If you're in chat right now, make sure you click that like button. It's actually extremely helpful for analytics and such. So listen to Tofu. Tofu has good ideas. Go ahead and smash that like button. Something so funny about saying smash that like button. I feel like a caricature. Do I just go in order? No, I try to make sure I balance it so that I'm not like playing, 4 platformers in a row or something like that. I want to have a nice variety between the games, both because I find that I think that's more interesting to watch, but also I think I give better feedback when I'm constantly changing genres. If I play a platformer and then I play another platformer, it's going to be hard to resist the urge to be like, and here's that piece of advice again. The thing I told the last guy, here it is again. To make sure I'm, staying sharp and thinking critically about each game, I need to make sure I'm varying it. So, obligatory, what was it? Obligatory VM update, downloadable update. Yeah, so I don't have downloadables ready yet today, but when I was going through the games, the list, I didn't need it yet. So I was like, do I have any downloadables that I want to play today in my list? And I was like, okay, not yet. But yeah, I got that information from Quentin and started looking at it. I just haven't solved it yet. So he always plays my games first and then gets to other people. It's so funny, IDT. I believe you submitted your game in like December and I played it last week. So tragic. I'm crying now. I'll get it there. It's been a busy week. A lot of work done. Though. Both on features for Isadora's Edge and progress on the next devlog. So things are going well. Journey to Titan's Heart. Did you submit? I don't remember seeing Journey to Titan's Heart in the Discord. Let me actually go check. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, from a quick scroll through, I don't see it. I'll have to look more closely. Shovel, try my Godot fork sometime. It's totally 100% bug free. For some reason, I doubt that, but very high for the super secret ultra challenge. Nobody will ever know about that. The Monarch fork found in the kitchen. True. Use it to eat some tofu. Can I submit an itch game? Yeah, totally. No problem. You submitted it a couple weeks ago? Oh, then it's probably on my list. Oh, yeah, there it is. I see it. I didn't even have to scroll that far down. Inbound shovel. Should I become a PNG tuber? I will do it if you say so. Yeah, definitely. Definitely become a PNG tuber. Can you, like, do some Mugenics runs with commentary? Me and Insandio have been watching Mugenics runs before bed instead of any other TV show. And so far, everyone we've watched is just is just horrible at the game. It's actually quite difficult to watch people play. I'll play Mugenics just for you. Thank you, IDT. Thank you. It's so good. You had a ridiculous run. Nice. Yeah, we were watching Moist Critical, but play the game, and it was hilarious, dude. That guy's runs were awesome because he doesn't read anything. he reads none of the text. He's just guessing what's going to happen the whole time. He's like, what if I click this? It's awesome. Stream Elements bot. Hey, everybody, beat this guy with hammers. Get out of here, Stream Elements bot. Yeah. Man, everyone keeps talking about Mugenics. Is it like good or something? Yeah, Mugenics is really good. I agree with what someone said about Mugenics. It's fun to play, but sucks to watch. Yeah, I feel like you need someone who's like good enough at the game to like make good decisions quickly. And you have to be able to make good decisions quickly while also talking about what you're doing. And that makes it tough. I submitted my game Spirit Up about 3 months ago. Yeah, Spirit Up is on my list. But it's a downloadable, right? So I have it right there. I just eventually I'll have downloadables working, and then I'll have probably a primarily downloadables based stream because they're starting to pile up a little bit. True, it's not fun watching someone sit there thinking. I don't mind watching people think if they're like talking through their thought process. But one thing I've noticed a lot with watching people play Mugenics is that they tend to like lock in on a course of action. Like they have a plan for what they're going to do on their turn. Like as soon as the turn starts, they know what they want to do. And then they think about it for a while and almost always just go with what they wanted to do right at the start. You know, it's like they basically sit there considering not doing the action they want to do, and then they do it anyway, which ends up with a lot of downtime where it's like you're going to walk over and hit that guy. We all know it. I had the skill that cost -1 and gains +1 range and damage when you cast a spell. And then I had a Necromancer with the Leech Bell that could dump literally its entire mana pool per turn. Nice, nice. Oh, you win. Does that mean you won't play any game that's uploaded more recently? It certainly does not mean that. In fact, I think your game is like 4th or 5th on the list right now. So, I don't know if I ended up submitting a game. I think I just asked you what platform you stream to know if you'd play one of my games if I gave you a PlayStation key. I would play it with a PlayStation key, but I don't have like a PlayStation hooked up to be able to stream from. So, I have a PlayStation, but I can't really do it on stream, you know? So. Oh my gosh, is that Barge in chat? What's up, homie? How you doing? Oh, Luna in chat. What's up, Luna? How you doing? Hold on, I see someone's. I have a game for you to play. It's a small 2D platform with barely any text, but the text is in Portuguese. That's gonna be a little bit hard for me to play considering I don't speak Portuguese. Game jams are very confusing. Yeah, game jams can be a little overwhelming with the amount of stuff you have to do in a very short time frame. So, do you have a Discord? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. You can find the link. It should be in the description of this stream. Insandio updated that for me. Yeah. There's an invite link in the description of the stream. Thank you, Insandio. Yeah. So you can go ahead and join that. Can you do an IGTAP store page review, by the way? Oh, I can add that to my list of things to do. Let me put that on here. Okay. Hope chat's also doing well right now. Same. Taking part in the Bad Ideas Jam and not starting with the UI. Any advice on not crashing into the ocean? Finish the gameplay with half of the time. However long, how long is the Bad Ideas Jam? W stream. Send me a friend request when you get the chance. Will do, Barge. Will do. Hold on. Let me look up the Bad Ideas Jam. How long is that? Submissions due in 24 days. You should have like tested gameplay that you've iterated on and had friends playtest, and you're confident that the gameplay is fun within 12 days for sure. That way you can spend the second half of the jam polishing, adding content, really getting the art clean, more or less. Also crashing into the ocean, literally. Oh, Bubba, are you and Monarch doing the jam together? That's sick. That much time, I can make a whole freaking game in that time. Yeah, IDT, and maybe do like a little countdown for it. Shovel, can you check out the image I sent in general chat? Okay, let me open up Discord real fast. General chat. Watching the stream in Among Us VR. That's fire. That's fire. Hold on. And then we got general chat reacting, posting gore. All right, quick timeout on Vari. No gore allowed. Okay. And then when I do the countdown, I'll get bullied into dropping out. Why is that so funny? I don't know. There's something really funny about watching the stream in Among Us VR. I think our gameplay is incredibly fun if we pull it off. It's 3D and not turn-based and still a roguelike. Nice. A 3D roguelike with Bubba and Monarch at the helm sounds good. Yeah, my advice for you two would be get the gameplay like ready to test in like 12 days. Honestly, you guys should have the gameplay ready to play test for feedback by the 21st, and you should submit it, like have a web build on the 21st that I can play on stream and give you live feedback. That way you can also hear from chat and everything, and then you'll have, you know, another 10 days to do polishing and make any changes that you need to. Finish the game in a week, play test for a week, relax for 2 weeks. Yeah, basically like that. Shovel, I will also submit a web build to you for the same jam. Nice. That sounds great. If you're submitting a time sensitive feedback request for like the Bad Ideas Jam, you should include that information either in the title or the description, like in brackets, put like Bad Ideas Jam game or something. That way I can know to prioritize it so people get feedback for the jam. Do you only play long games on Saturdays? No, I can play games of any length. The spectacle of how insane our idea is ruined if you do multiple takes. Vari getting timed out was so chimmy. Well, sometimes in this life you get chimmed. Robert again, I'm so out of the loop. Where do I submit? In the Discord. There's a link to the Discord in the description, an invite link. So you can hop that in. Anyone else join the Brackies jam? Does Brackies has a jam going on right now? Hold on. Let me check that out. Brackies. That's, of course, searching Brackies isn't going to get me on itch. Oh, yeah. It ran from the 15th to the 22nd. That's sick. And the voting is ending today. Nice. I'll probably have some Brackies jam games to play in the near future. Would I get my game played today or would I have to wait? Yeah, there's like a huge list of people who've submitted their games. So there's no like guarantee on timeline or anything, but if you submit, like eventually it'll pop up, right? I've been using Unity for 2 years, made a few 2D games. I'd appreciate if you got some tips to boost the player count and playability. Yeah, I mean, I think kind of what I was just talking about with the jam game, it's like iteration is huge. You want to make sure you are playtesting your mechanics against players, not just internally. Have people play the game and see what they think, and then make changes that will improve the player experience, you know? I'm not saying it's totally impossible to just one-shot nail the gameplay and the mechanics and the level design and all that stuff for whatever game you're making. It is, I think it technically is possible to do that, but feasibly, it's not feasible. So the best thing to do is get your like gameplay prototype in front of players so that you can actually see how people react to it. Um, Huge list. Me that submitted the game last October can vouch for that. um, how do you know what feedback to take in during playtesting and what to ignore? That's a great question. I think one thing that's very, very helpful is actually getting like a video recording of people playing the game, because it's really useful to see how people actually react to the different elements, see what people are just ignoring, see what people are really like honing in on, which moments make the player like audibly excited, you know? Like if you're playtesting your game and a moment happens in the game that makes the player like pop off, then you know that you've like hooked on something there. Like I think with how hard I popped off at Biscuit Dungeon, like finishing that run, it's like how you know that Bubba was onto something with the design of Biscuit Dungeon. He made it too hard, but the idea there is really sound. And I mean, in a lot of ways, it was relying on the genre staples of rage games to get that pop off, but that's like what it exists for. So, um, am I scared of AI taking over games? Because I would want to make games in the future as a full time job, but I'm kind of scared of AI being so good in the future that it wouldn't be possible. So I'm not. Um, and that's primarily because I think AI is very derivative. I think it's very hard, if not impossible, for AI to do something novel. Um, and I find a lot of what brings games a lot of depth is either really tight execution on existing genre stuff or something novel. Um, and I think that like overly derivative nature of AI is going to make it take a long time, if not the current implementation of like how LLMs work, um, might not even be possible with how they currently work for them to do something novel. Now, I think it may be possible in the future that either they expand the technology or they make a new AI technology, and then that's something to be scared of. But maybe I'll be dead by then, so who knows? Um, uh, LLMs cannot innovate nor be inspired. Yeah, that's sort of what I mean. It's like, and they also have a very limited like context window, so it's hard for them. Like, I've been working on Isadora's Edge for like 4 years now, right? On and off, but I have so much stuff that I've done in my life during those 4 years, and the concept of what the game is has been like living in my head for a long time. And I've had all kinds of different influences while the game lived inside my head that have helped shape it. Um, but LLMs, if you want to personify them to that degree, they really don't have anything living in their head. They can't remember anything. They only know what is in the window that is sent to them. So it's like when you send a request to the LLM that's like, hey, give me the next response, it needs everything that it's responding to in that context window. So with that in mind, there is no way to let it just rattle around an idea in its head. So it can't have an idea that it develops over time and gets shaped by its, by its influences. Even if you set it up to do that, it has a limitation. Now, those limitations, I mean, I guess if you burn enough of the rainforest, maybe you can overcome them, but I just don't see it. And I think that's why they feel so soulless is the derivative nature. It's like because they're only just regurgitating their best guess at what people collectively would think to say to something, you're never gonna get something that feels inspired. And that's what makes it feel so soulless. It feels like it's like I think that AAA games have had a problem with design by committee for a long time, where it's like the more people you put in a room discussing how to design something, the more milquetoast and generic the design gets. Like it's really hard for a group of people to all independently have the exact same creative vision. It's like the off the wall, like stylish, interesting stuff that comes out of like one creative person's mind can easily get drowned out when you're in a room of people that all have their own interesting creative ideas and you try to blend them together. It's like if you blend together a bunch of really vibrant colors, you're going to get some like ugly brown, right? So like, I think that's one issue is the design by committee element of a lot of stuff. It's like, can you imagine Mugenics being made by a group of people? A lot of the ideas in that game are going to get vetoed by somebody, or, you're going to be able to come up with enough concerns that the design doesn't get hit, right? You need that like that that creative vision from someone or even a couple people. But um, and AI right now is essentially like the ultimate design by committee machine. It just takes everyone's ideas and tries to make its best guess at what like is the most agreeable response to this giant group of people. So um that's sort of like where my issue with its creativity lies. Like if you even believe that it is like has the ability to create in the first place, which I know is not a given. The idea that it could do something inspired just doesn't make any sense to me. Even if it was a group of people doing it instead of a machine, but even then, it's just like a design by committee simulator. So that's why I'm not really that afraid of it. I do think it is like it's scary in a lot of other ways. Like I think its ability to steal work from artists and displace people that like need jobs. I think those things are scary, but I don't think it can really kill indie devs. And I think that like as the programming tools get better, that might actually help out indie devs because I think that the programming capabilities of AI are one of the things that, in my opinion, it seems the best at. So that's more or less where I stand on it. I think pretending that it's not like a hugely like giant leap in technology would feel disingenuous to me. Because like the technology behind it is nuts. But I don't think it does what the tech bros are claiming it does. I think it does some other interesting stuff, but not what people are claiming it can do. So, um, have I watched the game dev YouTuber Sam Hogan? The name sounds extremely familiar, so I think the answer is yes. Sam Hogan. Right. I made a game inside a game inside a game inside a game. Yeah, yeah. Wow, this guy hasn't posted in a while. Yeah, I've watched his videos before. I was like, the name sounds familiar. It's because he hasn't posted in a long time. AI bros are so cooked. I just write a line of code with my own two hands. Yeah, I mean, I think using AI to help you code is like the most legitimate form of using AI. I think AI art is despicable, but as a programmer myself, worked in the programming industry for a long time. I've copied enough code off of GitHub that copying code doesn't really strike me as too deplorable. But um, every time an AI discussion starts in servers, I realize I'm surrounded by freaking sloppers. It's a crazy world we live in where having your job made irrelevant is a bad thing. Yeah, that's true. I think that's an accurate take for sure. um, my favorite part of game dev is programming, so using AI is like outsourcing my enjoyment. Yeah, I think that's extremely valid. It's like people saying like it's a great tool. Yeah, but if you don't want to use the tool, that's totally fine. It's like people who prefer painting in physical media or whatever. It's hard for me to imagine like slapping a paintbrush out of their hand. It's like, why don't you just do digital art? Because they don't want to. you know. So it feels like purely a speed thing. Famously throughout history, speed is not as high of quality. Instead of AI, I forced Nikki into my dungeon. um, it would take me a year to make a good game, but with AI, it can take me just a month to make a bad game. Instead of prompting ChatGPT, I use ChatIDT. Nice. Yeah. And I mean, speaking of AI, even if you wanted to use AI as a tool, you absolutely shouldn't use ChatGPT. Like soulless, absolutely despicable, horrendous company. Pure evil, run by pure evil. I hate ChatGPT. So if you want to use AI for coding, use Claude. Fuck ChatGPT. If you have a ChatGPT subscription, unsubscribe. um, ChatGPT is like the worst one. Yeah, the worst of the worst. Yeah, ChatGPT is absolutely the worst. I think that's clear to anyone. So the names of all the AI companies are so Kojima coded. True, and all their and all their logos are buttholes. I have no idea why AI bros love having their company look like a butthole, but it is the design language. I guess it's because they can only produce shit. I use Claude Code to quickly prototype new features, but if it's good, I'll go back and rewrite it correctly. Yeah, I mean that strikes me as a totally reasonable use case. A creator I respect a lot explained the relationship of AI and art very well. Art lives through the process, not the idea or result. AI skips the process and therefore lacks the central artistic quality. I think that's fair. Again, I don't think it, for me personally, it doesn't really apply to coding. It's like, but I think for any other art form, I totally see it. And I think like if you are doing a programming competition, like if the point is the code, then I think using AI to produce that code is not good because the point is the code. It's like if you're trying to make the most elegant code and you're just like vibe coding garbage, then it doesn't work. But um, a lot of the time when I'm writing my code, my goal is to just get it to work. So I don't really care what it looks like. But OpenAI is not open at all. Gemini is two-faced, Anthropic about humans. Yeah. Local models like the JetBrains code competition that run entirely on your own computer are also cool. I'm not familiar with that, but it sounds cool. If JetBrains did it, then I at least have a positive association. So I would give it a shot for sure. I just want some real regulations around it. Yeah, that I can get behind. And also the fact that like they're using up so much power. It's like I don't think it's a good enough tool to be worth the amount of like investment into it and the hype around it. I do think it is an interesting tool, but I think like it's causing a lot of societal strain that it shouldn't be. So um I've also seen a lot of stuff recently talking about the AI bubble popping and going downhill right now. Yeah. I think like they really overstepped and overplayed their hand when they like started generating like art and images and trying to replace artists. And I feel like it was not close to that quality level. And also like read the room a little bit. It's like people don't want this, you know? If you just stuck to being a helpful programming tool forever, or at least for a long time, I think that the hate for your company and also the amount of like environmental impact wouldn't be at this point, you know? Um, thank God it's popped, yeah. But also, coding absolutely lives through the process for me. Each written and understood line furthers your own ability to continue doing so. I think now that is a very good argument. If you're learning coding and you're using AI to write code for you, I think you're really shooting yourself in the foot. Um, it's like for me, like I've been programming for so long that like a lot of the time when I'm writing code, it doesn't help me learn to code better. You know, I'm purely doing it mechanically to get the job done. But if I didn't already know what I was doing, I'm sure if I tried to use AI to help me, it would instead severely inhibit my ability to do stuff. And even now, I still write the vast majority of my code by hand. I mean, IDEs, I think it's really hard to separate yourself from AI entirely because, you know, AI autocomplete exists. So when it suggests the end of a line and I press tab, so some portion of it probably is assisted by AI. But whenever I've tried to use like actual vibe coding tools or any of those prompting stuff, it always generates stuff that just doesn't work. I remember there was a big hype around like the new Claude coding AI or whatever that was like, it can basically write entire like apps and stuff. And it's like, I heard from some people that I wasn't sure if it was actually up to the hype or not. So I was working on something for Isadora and I was like, let me test it and see if it does write good code now. And I had it refactor a system for me and it was completely garbage. It didn't understand anything. It wasn't even like, it made mistakes that I could just go back and correct, but overall things were good. It's like I had to scrap everything that it made and I was like, what a fucking waste. Like that is not worth it. But yeah, I think it was useful to know like just what the capabilities are. So like even if you want to use it as a tool, I think like the AI enabled autocomplete is probably pretty good, but um yeah, I feel like that. It'll feel like that, but even then you're always either maintaining or increasing your own understanding and talent. Yeah, I think that's probably fair. I mean, I still write stuff by hand, so it's hard for me to hard for me to say it wouldn't hurt me. I did hear that like there is, you know, some amount of decline that happens when you use AI. Like if you use AI too much, your own natural skill does decline. So I think maybe you shouldn't do it even if, you know, even if you're quite experienced, but um Claire with the YouTube default emoji. Um a video idea, human versus AI, Isadora's edge system design. That's an interesting concept. Like tell it to like ask an AI, not even like get it to generate the code for it, but first ask it like how it would even structure the system. Um and then explain why it's wrong. uh am I unfathomably and unforgivably evil if I get AI to give me a top level idea of what I'm dealing with in a 6700 line uncommented module, but write the code myself? No, I don't think so. I think that like using, I think that the people running the AI companies are absolutely unfathomably and unforgivably evil, as you put it, right? But, you know, um, isn't the design the part that is worse? That, yeah, I imagine. I've had an idea in my head for a video for a long time that's like, can AI actually make a video game? And then trying to see how close, you know, if I outsource everything to an AI, like what does it get close to? But for one, I don't really want to generate any like AI images or anything, even to make the point that it's not good. Because I don't think I need to. I think you can look at AI generated pixel art and know that it's just hot garbage. It's so bad. But um, I could also like, I think, you know, I have the experience to uniquely point out all the problems with like the system architecture and the issues it's making setting up its project for the long term. Um, and also then can explain why any design decisions, like saying it made decisions is interesting. Seeing what the design of the game, like being able to point out the mistakes with the design, just so you can see all the flaws that accumulate the more you rely on something like this. So not true. If I were an AI trained off of you guys, I would love AI because there's a lot of slobbers. Change that video premise to Can Tofu making a video game and lock me in a room for a month. Dude, that would be a crazy video for me to randomly drop on the channel. Just Can Tofu make a video game? People are like, what is he talking about? It's like, I locked one of my viewers in a room for 1 month. They're not allowed to take their hand off of their computer. It's hard to do tasks when I keep clicking on the screen. AI doesn't understand pixel art at all, and there's so much pixels and stuff. Yeah, it's like it doesn't even come close. And I've seen people try to like build AI models directly into like Sprite or whatever, or like do like downscaling stuff, and it always looks horrendous. It's so bad. Can LeBron James make a game in a month gone wrong? anyone got LeBron James contact information? I have an idea for a video I think you'll be interested in. When is the Yandere dev arc? Yeah, I was thinking about like making a video titled so mean for this to be my association in my head when you say that, but I've been thinking of making a video titled something along the lines of like, how can you tell when code isn't good? But Shovel, have you played Ultra Kill? Ultra Kill. I don't think I've played it. I'm familiar with Ultra Kill, but I need to play it. Yeah, I haven't played it myself, but it looks good. Have you ever wanted to try making a smaller scoped new game that would take a couple months to make? Are you fully locked in on Isadora's Edge? Yeah, I've thought about it. Like, what if I shift gears and try to make something small and just release it as, you know, a proof of concept and to walk me through, like, you know, all the stuff I need to do independently. But it's really hard for me to tear myself away from Isadora's Edge. I really, it's like I mostly just want to work on my game. Even recently, it's been hard to tear myself away from working on the game to just like do YouTube videos and stuff. So, I have a game meant to be my work on while I'm burnt out on IDCal, but I just love IDCal so much I can't stop. Yeah, that's essentially like where I'm at. Is like whenever I have the thought of like, oh, I need to work on something else so I can, you know, not burn out on Isadora's Edge. I'm just like, but I'm not burnt out on Isadora's Edge, so I go back to working on it. You know, don't worry, Shovel. I'll take over the channel for you. Thank you, Tofu. Thank you. Appreciate you. Vertical slice is always valid. Just make the things you think are cool to show and string them together. I'm having to do the same as well. Yeah. Essentially, the demo I'm trying to make is like an expansive vertical slice. I find it extremely easy to get sidetracked from my project. Yeah, I have that same issue when it comes to YouTube videos. For some reason, I don't have it with Isadora's Edge. Probably because there's so much stuff I need to do for Isadora's Edge that like I always have a different part of the project to jump to. You know, when I was feeling a little bit exhausted working on like camera stuff and like I was hitting a bug with the camera, then I jumped to like world building and came up with some new enemy designs and stuff. So I always have like stuff to jump between. So, but with YouTube, I'll be working on a video and I just have to like keep opening my Google Doc of video ideas to write down other thoughts that pop into my head. Just to get them onto the paper, the virtual paper, so that I can go back to focusing on the video. Because it's like in the process of making one devlog, I have like 100 other video ideas that go through my mind. And most of them are terrible. Most of them will never turn into anything, but it's just hard not to get sidetracked. So, when am I going to play the games? Once I finish answering questions from chat and give everybody a chance to trickle in and, you know, see the update and all that stuff. So, You can get sidetracked with an overall project and make progress on it overall. Yes, yes. I saw a question from Yuwin, which hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. um, how do I actually find the time to do YouTube while building a game? It's been tough, especially when also having a full-time job. Doing game development, doing indie game development, full-time game development, and YouTube channel stuff all at the same time was very draining. Honestly, I think I got a lot of experience with the crunch at 343 for Halo Infinite. It's like those were like 80-hour weeks, so I got used to being able to work a lot of hours. And so it's like I'd finish my day job. And once I started with Isadora's Edge, I took like my cutoff at my day job very seriously, where it's like, I'm not going to crunch. And it's like, if they fire me because of that, that's just what it is. But, you know, I'm turning my computer off at like 5:30, 6 at the latest, never going past 6. And then I'll eat some dinner and then I'll work on Isadora or YouTube. So, wait, what? You have a full-time job on top of all this? Not anymore. I lost my full-time job. But when I had my full-time job, it was very tough. I barely managed to keep it all together. But the game studio I was working for collapsed. So I now am full-time on Isadora and YouTube, which is nice. I feel like I've made a lot of progress. It's just having more time, you know? When you have more time available, you can do more stuff. And it's great, too, because I've been able to spend way more time on Isadora's Edge and way more time on the YouTube channel. And I have a little time left over to actually like play the new hit games and stuff, like being able to see what Mugenics is about rather than adding it to a list of like games that I need to play eventually to like, you know, help hone my design senses. So, yeah, I'm actively losing money while I work. That's damn true because I'm, you know, still paying my artists. So Shovel, give me money so I can make my money back on ID count. It's hard to give you money when I don't got none. Every time I type call deferred, it feels like telling the engine you can do this when you can, if you want to. I had to use a lot of call deferred, set deferred stuff to like do sprite alignment with, I did a refactor of Isadora's player controller. And one issue I had with the previous player controllers, whenever I wanted to swap sprite sheets or even just like flip the sprite, making sure everything lined up properly was tough. And so there was a bug for a long time where Isadora would disappear for one frame. You probably could catch it in some of the game dev secrets. I almost guarantee it has made it into one of those where if you pause at the right time, Isadora will just have vanished from the screen. And so that's something that's existed for a while. And so I finally, when I did the refactor, got to make sure it all happens properly. So, can't one say that as long as you are not working, you lose money because you spent the time that you could make money, not making money. I mean, I guess that's like technically true, but you could also make the argument that like by never resting, you're not having a properly functioning brain. And so without the well-rested brain, you're going to do a worse job, which might hurt your money-making capabilities in the future. So by not resting, you're actually losing money because you're hurting your future self. You might be able to do better if you're properly rested. I think that's probably the counter argument to that. Call deferred chuds versus wait, get tree.process for image layers. At least you're not playing League. Yeah, not anymore. It's like I had to specifically stop playing League just to have more time. Now, I stopped playing League a long time ago, but I think when did I stop? It's like I occasionally will play like an ARAM or something, but I haven't seriously played League in 8-9 years, something like that. So not resting also gives the risk of burnout. True. Yeah. Await, get tree, create timer, 0.1. All right, have a great day. Bye-bye. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Chaos Creations. Nikki, can we stop being sworn enemies? There's reconciliation in the chat. You love to see it. W choice, looking back, I feel like I lost time for playing it. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't think like I wasted time playing League. I mean, I obviously did waste time playing League, but like I also never would have gotten into watching competitive League of Legends if I didn't play it. And if I didn't watch competitive League of Legends, then I wouldn't know about my Oshi Faker. So, you know, it's a trade-off. It's like, yeah, I wasted thousands of hours on League, but because of that, I know who Faker is, and so it all works out in the end. If I add a League Easter egg on my game, can I get a copyright claim? I don't think Riot would do that, but it's a risk I wouldn't take. So, Migraines kicking my butt enough that I have to turn the stream off. Have a great day, everybody. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Keegan. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. It sounds horrible to have a migraine. I used to get really bad migraines. I even got like a prescription for migraine stuff. I think it was when I was working on Halo Infinite. So I think it probably was due to like a lack of sleep and overall stress causing my migraines, because I haven't had one in a while, but yeah. Have you shook hands with Faker? I have. You lucky so-and-so. That's fucked up. I can't believe you say some shit like that to me. Right to my face. I have 2 hours on League and still know who Faker is. Yeah, but knowing who Faker is and loving Faker are two very different things, you know? If Faker has 1 million fans, I am one of them. If Faker has 1 fan, it is me against the world. If there are no fans of Faker, then I am dead. It's from caffeine withdrawal. We'll get through it. Nice. Who's Faker? Faker is the League of Legends GOAT. What if Faker turns out to be a faker? Dude, there's no one more real than Faker. If it turns out that Faker did something bad, then I probably just have a misunderstanding of morality, because, you know, you can always trust in him. That's what, whenever I'm feeling a little demotivated, INSANDIO's always like, but just imagine one day Faker might play Isadora's Edge. And I was like, damn, that's true. I should go get to work. I have 0 hours on League and do not know who Faker is. Nice. Okay. So before I get into the games, if you're watching the stream, make sure you click the like button. It's extremely helpful. Oh my God, Faker playing your game is the best motivation, right? She always hits me with that, always. She's like, but dude, what if Faker plays your game, huh? So, 4,000 hours on League and I know who Faker is. That's a top tier comment right there. So funny. Like the stream or you will explode very bad. But the last thing I did for my game was adding so many parallax layers in the first level, like the feedback you mentioned to me, but I didn't expect to see your game dev secret being the same topic. Yeah, that game dev secret was 100% directly in response to Vari making that exact mistake in Discord. I was like, dang, even Vari doesn't know not to follow the player with parallax. I should make sure to say that. Supports my theory. You're watching my Shovel, the whole debacle with Pirate Software taught me to never idolize media figures. I respected Bro so much. He got me into game dev. I can understand why that would be the takeaway. It's like I've also had, you know, people I respected in the past and had like a very positive opinion of turn out to not be so great, right? But that won't stop me from loving my Yoshi Faker. So or Harry Mack. Those two I idolize so much. And if I ever found out they did something wrong, I'd be so, or not if they did something wrong, if they truly were horrendous behind the scenes, I would be so sad. But it's really hard to believe for both of them, especially because Faker is so forward in the media, right? It's like he is one of the most famous people from South Korea. It's like BTS Faker. So the idea that he would be able to hide nefarious things behind the scenes seems impossible to me. But Faker's under your bed. So that was a fucking lie? Come on, man. You can't just get my hopes up like that. Surprised it was actually me. Shovel, please don't ever do anything bad. I don't have time to do anything bad, man. I'm playing video games, working on video games, and that's it. So, Orb Master gonna get a timeout. Imagine if it was true though. If I went and checked under my bed. If I get famous, I'll be evil. I don't think you need like the first handful of words in that sentence. All right. Let's play some video games, shall we? First up, we have, as mentioned, Toion Escape. Desktop view. Let's hope this is getting captured properly. It looks like it is. It is. Desktop audio. Okay. Can you all hear the game? Oh. Looks like yes. Kind of hidden. All right, let's go. New escape or level selection? Let's do a new escape. Oh. I'm so short. Oh. Okay, W. Oh, I don't move with left and right with A and D. That's interesting. I just move in the direction I look. I'm so short. It's like such a reflection of real life. It's tough being 5'4". Oh, mother trucker. Oh, all the way back at the start. Ah, go. All right. Okay. Slid off the edge of the hexagon. What are you going to do? Not having strafe would feel so weird. Yeah, it's a little bit of an adjustment for sure. No strafe is very hard to adjust to instantly. Also, I keep trying to like not bonk my head on these platforms, but it doesn't even look like I can. Nice. All right, next level. Ah. Missed jump number 1. Don't mind me. Didn't have any momentum. Feels like momentum preservation is huge. Which means I have to like swing my mouse around since I can't strafe, which I can do. It's not the end of the world to need to look around. Okay, it was the end of the world there. Fell to my death, you know. Happens to the best of us. Okay. I don't think I properly sight read that piece of the map, which got me. Okay. Okay, I tried to correct with strafing there. The D key did not protect me. Alright, slid right off the ledge. Oh my goodness. Okay. I feel like once I get the hang of this movement, it'll be satisfying. But it is definitely different than I'm used to. Okay. Just barely missed. Does S move you back? Yeah, S also moves me back. Oh. Go. Alright. Keep up the momentum for those jumps. And keep up the momentum in a circle here. Maybe slow down a little bit on these stairs. Okay. I was kept trying to correct by moving to the left, but I'm not allowed to. Oof. It kind of felt like I collected downward velocity there. Like, as I approached the ledge, I plummeted, right? Okay. Ah! I'll get this. I'll get this. Maybe not. Okay. If you take it fast. Oh, you know what? I really thought the whole time that I could just go through the bottom of these platforms. So right there when I bonked my head, I really wasn't expecting it. Okay, this one is just do super fast turns. Keep the momentum. Don't try to slow down. Just whip the mouse back and forth rapidly. Ah, okay. A little bit slow, a little bit slow. Okay. Oop, I'm losing my music. Punishment for failure. You know how it is. Okay, close, close, close. Okay, that one was not even close. Turned a little early. Turned a little early. My understanding of my character in 3D space there was a little bit incorrect. I for sure thought I was landing on. Slid right around the edge. Okay, okay. I tried to correct with A and D there, which is not allowed. It is a very hard muscle memory to break. I I thought I needed to keep going straight there, but there weren't any platforms, so my brain kind of short-circuited. I just kind of stared at the ledge as I peacefully careened down. Oh, for some reason I thought the red walls would the red blocks would act like a wall, not like a death plane. So I thought I would like kind of bounce against it, you know. Okay, turn, turn, turn. Great, nice. Oh, what? I don't even really understand what I did there, but I won, so. This is how my parents say they went to school. Nice, okay. I'm gonna head out to work on my Game Jam game. Have a great day, everyone. All right, thanks for hanging out, Kat. And make sure you get that gameplay done early and submit it for feedback. Okay. Oof, okay. We have graduated to extremely precise jumps. I mean, not IDT's level of precise, but... Okay. Okay. Oh, I missed that. Starting to get a hang of the movement a little bit. Okay, well. They say never talk with your mouth open or something like that. Bop, 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 bop. Super Mario. I'm jumping. I'm losing my mind a little bit. It's a little bit too early in the stream for me to be losing my mind. Okay. All right. We go right, we go left. We click jump. It's funny how much just the one little extra action of needing to right click between jumps adds to the mental stack. All right. Ah, jumped a little bit early there. I had to fall to my death for a little bit extra long too. Honestly, not even a bad design decision there. Like, having a little bit of extra fall time, the higher up you got, creates a little bit of a longer reset between runs that got, like, more distance. Like, the higher you climb, the longer you fall, which adds more of a reset time between runs. It's like, if you fall early, like if I fall here, then I just instantly restart because I hit the death plane so soon. And if you fall this early, you just want to restart quickly. But giving the player a moment to mentally breathe by resetting, by taking a little bit longer on the reset because you're falling, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily on purpose, but I think it's actually a nice little piece of design that you could even potentially lean into, where it's like, you could set it up so that the different parts of the level do, like, lower the kill plane a little bit. You don't want it to take too long, but for levels that aren't as vertical, it could work. Yeah. Also, the extremely rapid restarts, even the long restart isn't that long. I think that's good. For a game that's designed around falling 100 times, being able to restart quickly is really good. My brain started autopiloting to using A and D again, which don't work. Okay. Have to jump those extremely quickly. Have to jump early on that one. Weehaw. Nice. Okay. Got that one. Celeste-like. Quick jump back in. Yeah, yeah. I think that is one thing that Celeste did really well that is good to learn from. Oh, I have to just click that while running, not while jumping? Oh, my goodness. That... Okay. Focus. Lock in. Click. 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 That's tough. I don't know why that's so tough. It feels like it should be easy. Oh, I'm trying to do both at the same time. Find the next platform. Desperately search. Ah! I turned a little bit too much. Yeah, I slide off there very easily. Jump a little early. Okay. Jumped a little late. I like the use of the kill plane to prevent me from just jumping over those gaps. Nice. Okay. Nice. All right. All right. We're making a little bit of progress, understanding the level a little bit better. You really have to whip your mouse back and forth during that snake part. Ah, missed the jump. Ah, okay. I need to not insta-jump there. It feels like an insta-jump, but it's not. Okay, that's also... I need to wait a little bit more. The longer I wait on that jump, the better, actually. Okay. Oh, just a little bit of an inaccurate mouse positioning there. Oh. We're all good. Nice. Okay. Oh. Every one of my actions there was a little bit slow, but we still got through, which is a good sign. Okay, that one was extremely slow. Uh-oh. Okay. Ah! Oh my gosh, there's so much platforming left to do. Alright, we got this. Ah, a little bit close, or just a little bit off, which is actually the same as a little bit close, but for some reason saying a little bit close feels extremely incorrect. All right. Okay. Whip the mouse, okay. Oh, okay. Reset my wrist. You know what? I don't want to finish on this run because I paused at the beginning. I know the odds of me winning on that run are pretty low, but you never want to risk it, right? I should go right platform because it's a little bit faster, huh? Oh, I was like way off course. I was not in the right spot, but... almost got there, almost got there. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Gotta lock in. Focus. You don't use the mental stack for anything except for processing jumps. Only brain power towards processing the jumps. Don't even use it for talking. Provide no commentary, say nothing. Just jump. The more you talk, the worse you jump. So don't say anything out loud. Okay. We just keep jumping. Alright, we just keep jumping. Okay. Whoa, I thought I landed that. Oh. That jump is different than I expect. Oops. Clicked a little early there. Just a little. Okay. We're making pretty good progress on understanding these beginning set of jumps. Ah. I was trying to cut the corner on that one, but I've missed that specific jump a bunch, but it's mostly like getting the angle right on it out of the previous jump is tough. I can make the previous jump a little bit more accurately now, but oops. This game is very good on stretching out the old wrist. On some back and forwards wrist maneuvering. That jump is so tough. I just need to hold it longer, I think. The longer it takes before I jump off of that, the better chance I have to get on the next like group of 3, right? Maybe I still jumped too early. Oops. Did not look far enough to the left there. Ah, that jump is unideal. Slide right off the edge, don't mind me. Huh, okay. That time I did actually delay the jump, and I still didn't make it. Oof. Was a little bit late on every single one of those jumps. Okay. Ah. I built up too much of a differential between my mouse and my mouse pad there. Sort of run out of maneuvering with my actual physical hand. Nice. Now that I got those jumps, they're a lot easier. Okay, that one, I just need to jump. That one's tough. I need to like whip my mouse to the right and jump at the same time, basically. Because if you delay the jump at all, you go too far. And I think I've gone far every time I've made it to that jump. So I think the key to that one is jumping way faster than feels correct. Okay, here, I need to jump, like, instantly. Ah, okay. I was correct. I do need to jump, like, instantly there. Oops. Got a little bit too eager with the right click on that one. Now we send it. Nice. Insta jump. Even the insta jump was still too slow. Maybe I need to like round the corner on it to give myself more time or something. Oops. I was a little bit slow on that jump. Ah, I was a little early. A little early. Okay. At least we've got the weighting down on that jump. Oof, oof, oof. Okay, okay. Nice. Nice, we walked off the edge. Nice. Alright. Keep the spin. Keep the spin. Okay. Ah. I just didn't know. I didn't know the pattern. Now, I could have slowed down, actually. There's nothing forcing me to take that particular area at full speed. Other than the fact that this is a speedrunning game, and I'm not a coward. Nice. Let's go. Easy money. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Claire, tell us the truth of ambition or monarch unleashes monarchical power. There's some stuff going on in chat while I'm running it over and over again. This might rival Biscuit Dungeon. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It is very difficult to rival Biscuit Dungeon. It's like I want to take the ledges. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, hold on. A full 180? Okay, the full 180s are very weird. Especially because I don't think there's like a quick 180 button. Ugh. The hitboxes on these kill planes are a little bit unfortunate. You have to take these corners very tightly. That one wasn't even close. Oops. My brain processed the jump pad as needing to press the jump button. Okay. Around the corner. I need as much momentum as possible. Okay. Total 180. Total 180. Okay. We'll make it there again. The complete, like, needing to go backwards is tough. Ah. Okay. Need to spend a little bit more time on that one. Don't jump so fast. All right. Guess we just do it again. that jump in particular is, for some reason, I am not processing it properly, so I keep jumping early. It's not even particularly complicated jump. I'm just taking it early for some reason. Ah, I got a offset on my timing. Easy to do, easy to do. But we simply win this time. Okay, we simply win this time. Nice. Oh. I made it on the platform and ran around the bounce pad. That's nice. Okay. Okay, did not have the proper momentum for turning around there. You can actually take those a little bit tighter than I thought. Mother. Okay. All right. Bounce pad section. Got it. Turn around. Take these jumps. Turn around. Jump early. Okay. That final jump there, my intuition is to take it way earlier than I'm supposed to. So I just need to stay locked in when I get to that platform. Otherwise, I am just going to run off. All right, there we go. Okay, we actually... the processing on those final jumps is a little tough because it's not the simple, like, on, off like the other levels. But we got there, we got there. When are we getting LeBron James Fridays? True. Whoa, okay. Wait a second, wait a second. This is something. Nice, okay. That feels pretty good. Oh, I accidentally double-clicked. Nice. Okay, that one was fairly easy compared to the other ones. Oh, I didn't even see that that was also a one I needed to click. Oh, I jumped. No jumping allowed. All right, my default intuition there is to jump, so I gotta break that. Not fast enough. Not fast enough on the alteration, which is why I think I want to jump. It buys me time to press the right click. So, of course, the brain says, you know, jump to buy time. Okay. I need to make sure I'm giving myself enough time. I need to build up the momentum. And then still click. Tough. Tough, tough, tough. I wonder, can I skip that platform? Probably not, but I am curious. No, okay. I thought maybe I could. Ah, I jumped. Ah. Running off the ledge of a platform, don't you just want to jump? It's like it automatically happens in your brain, as if you're dreaming or something. I'm sure no one will get or be upset by that reference. Okay. Nice. Oh, wait, that's not the end. That's just a jump pad. No! Missed the final jump. Oh, rough. my brain would get overloaded and misclick so heavily in this game. Yeah, it's a lot to mentally process. Gotta go work on my game now. All right, good luck, good luck. Hope you make some great progress. All right, now we need a jump pad. All right, I missed the jump pad. Or the jump pad, like, landing spot, unfortunately. I'll just take this in a big loop. Ah, okay. Almost, almost. We basically made it to the end twice now, so we just got to clutch up on that very last set of jumps. We can clearly do this. Oop, maybe not. This game is basically this game is basically the essence of me trying to perform a get rebase. What do you mean by that, actually? You know what this game needs? Clones. True, true, true. Is it satisfying so far? Yeah, I think overall, like, you know, hitting the correct sequence to make it through the level is quite satisfying. The movement takes some getting used to, but the mistakes generally feel like my fault, which is a good sign. Nice, okay. Nice, okay. This is kind of like CS source surfing with less mechanics. Yeah, as someone who didn't play any of the CS surfing, this is definitely making me... This is giving me the vibes of what I've seen other people do on the surfing. Can I just run off this? Do I need to... Okay, I do need to jump, unfortunately. That feel when you need to jump in the platforming game? Aw, man. I just... No, okay, that's why. I was like, why are these like the yellow outline thing? Because otherwise you could just run right off the ledge onto the bottom one. Instead, you have to take these slow jumps. Ah, early. Went early. Yeah. It feels like there's no way to take these jumps quickly. You kind of just have to lose some momentum while you're bunny hopping. Because you can't run to the next... Oh, you know what? I didn't try this. Okay, so you can do that as a rundown. You need the first jump here, and then you can... Can you alternate? Can you jump to the first one? Run down, jump. Run down, jump. Let's try it. Jump. Run down, jump. Okay, that feels slower than just bunny hopping. Because of how much you have to, like, properly aim everything. It's probably faster if you were, like, lightning... If you were lightning quick with all of the actions you need to do that sequence, it's probably better. But unfortunately, I am lightning slow. Oh. Need the momentum. Okay. I'm off to teach. Hope the rest of the games go well. Hey, thank you, and good luck with your teaching. Oh. This game is cool, but I kind of wish I had a knife I was twirling around in my hands. Oh, okay. Did he just say lightning slow? His slow is faster than mine. Yeah. Lightning slow is one of my favorite phrases. I love calling things lightning slow. Woo. Ah! Went too early. Went too early on the red button. Okay. Oop, oop. Oh, mother trucker. Programming for kids? Nice! Ah, a little bit slow, a little bit slow. Oh, that's also a red platform. Oop. Mental stack getting a little overloaded on those set of jumps. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Level complete. All right. Are those like super sharp turns? They are. They are super sharp turns. Okay. Got this, got this. Dude, not even trying to look for the platforms, just hoping I'm turning the right amount. Okay. How many jumps is it? I can count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay. The amount of time it takes to turn around makes this very difficult. Okay, okay. Alright. Perhaps I just have to take this slowly. I feel like I can't turn accurately enough for these jumps. Change mouse sensitivity. I don't think I can, because of the fact, for one, I've already been going with this mouse sensitivity, so if I had to relearn right now, it would be devastating. And for two, if I had to move my mouse more than this, I wouldn't be able to do it fast enough. Like, I need this level of speed, and if I made it if I made it slower, that'd be really bad. But if I made it faster, it would be even more uncontrollable, so. Unfortunately, I think it's... Should I switch it up on Shovelcord when I become rich and famous? You're gonna blow up and act like you don't know nobody? Yeah. Okay. Come on. Yep, I just have to take this slow. That's so unfortunate. But it's better than just failing it over and over again. But I can whip around this corner. That's almost the end. Okay. Trying to stay in motion on those, it makes it so hard. Ah, close. If Vari doesn't switch up on me, I will switch up on the world. Okay, jump. Oh, there's one more. Don't know why I thought I could make that. That's some autopilot moment right there. Oh, yeah, looking up is better, huh? Okay, got a little bit confused, but we made it through. And then I tried to press A to shift to the left there so I wouldn't run off. Don't you hate when that happens? Okay. The second I move slowly, all the muscle memory for this game breaks. Okay. Nice, okay, we made it. Not quickly, but we made it. Oh, nice. This is one of... I need to... Oof, okay. We have to do this, like, around the death plane thing, but without the jump pads to help us. Okay. I probably should have stopped to figure out where I needed to go. Nice, okay. Ah, oh, close. You really have to do like the extreme turn on the jump. Like as soon as you're past the kill plane. Ah, close. Ah, I ran right into the kill plane there. Okay. touch the kill plane. Okay. Close, close, close. Close, close, close. Okay. I don't know where to go. I was trying to stop there so I could have a chance to like look around rather than trying to sight read the rest of the course, but I accidentally walked off the ledge. Don't you hate it when that happens? That's why I would never go to Antarctica. Stupid joke. Okay. That's the platform I was gonna stop on to look around. Biffed it a little bit. Okay. All right. Oh, is this a... I see. Wait, where's the next one? Oh, here it is. Okay. I couldn't see it inside the kill plane, like actually. Ah! Tragedy! It took it so slow and still fell. But that part of the course did feel a little impossible to sight read. And you have to do 180, so you have to take the 180 slow anyway. I mean, I guess you don't have to take the 180 slow. I have to take the 180 slow. Ah! Okay, we got this. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. A little early on my quick spin. Okay. Oops, oops, oops. Okay. A little bit slow on my quick spin. Ah. Wasn't going straight. Oop. Ah. That jump in particular is a little bit tough. I keep missing it. I know I was too close to the death plane there, but you couldn't just, like, give it to me, you know? Alright, alright. Okay, okay. Oh, well, at least I didn't fall. Ah, I couldn't see it because of the kill planing in. I was like, wait, where's the platform? It blends in a little bit too much with the red. Ah, a little bit too fast on that corner. All right. You just have to hit the quick turns, but not that quick. Okay. Oh, nice. That was a clean turn around the death plane. Ah, oh, where am I? Oh, tragedy strike. Just try to get the very edge of this hexagon here. Ah, okay. You know what? I kind of like unlocked in because I thought I was hitting the death plane for sure. Classic blunder. Never don't lock in. That one is still so hard to see. After all that. Okay. Nope. Close one though. Nope. Ah, okay, close one. Nice, dude. Getting the tight turns around these kill planes feels pretty good. Really? Okay. Ah, missed up that jump. Okay. I didn't have my momentum proper. Okay. That's the wrong order to hit those buttons. Hit the kill plane. Oh, turned too far on that one. I feel like that's the first time I've ever turned too far on that jump. Jumped too early because I wanted to right click and I was like, I have to jump before I can right click, which isn't true. Oh, slid right off the edge. Just a little bit too much momentum there. Okay. Okay. Close one. All right. Okay. Alright, I knew I was hitting the death button on that one, but one can hope. Nope. It was already... Why was it already turned on? What the hell? I didn't even, like, check for its current state because it's always turned off. It's off this time. Okay, it seems like it retains whatever the right click state of the previous run. That's something I would recommend changing for sure. I'll forget about this if I don't say it now. When someone restarts the run, it probably should return it to the state the default state, so that if they build in the muscle memory, they could do it with their eyes closed. You know. Otherwise, they have to adapt a little bit on the fly, which I think adapting on the fly isn't bad, but it's not something you want based on like things not being the way they're supposed to be at the start. If there's like an element of randomness that they have to adapt to, that's one thing, but these things just having one of two starting states is a little bit strange. Okay. Nice. Okay. A little bit slow. Okay. I mean, I can get these a lot of the time, but still not that consistent. Just slightly too much momentum. Okay. Okay. Yeah, see, it was a different starting state there. Luckily, I didn't, fall for it. Wait, was that not the next one? The one in front isn't the next one? Oh. So do I need to take that slow too so I can actually see which one lights up? Ah, I tried to correct with D. That's always the problem with going slow in this game, is my mind resets to the default 3D platformer controls rather than this game's very specific controls. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's back and forth. Okay. I see. Nice. Horrible run. Hey, that's the end. Nice, nice. I could put one foot around the wall and then grab onto it. Nice, nice. If I was doing some video game parkour in real life, Neos would probably be easier. 40-minute level, damn. Or is that the full game at the top? I think it's the full game's time at the top. I think it only took 40 minutes to play that game to its entirety, although it could have been one 40-minute level. Hard to know for sure. All right. Time for some feedback. So first, let's mute the game, as I am wont to do. And actually, let me go ahead and mute the game for myself too, so I don't... I think the sound effects get the sound design gets the point across with the music, although the sound effects could be improved a little bit. I think in general, there were like lots of opportunities to have more sound effects. I think this level was one of the first ones that I like took quite a lot of tries on, because of the fact that you have to really time the clicks on the ground here. You can't jump over it while also swinging the mouse back and forth, which is like quite a tough maneuver until you get the hang of it. But that's something in this game that I think is very good, is that the controls to me feel pretty unique. I haven't done CS surfing, so this might be heavily inspired based on that. This might be, very surfer movement where you can't strafe left and right. I actually don't know. But I think the movement to me is quite unique. But one thing that definitely happens is the slower I move, the more default 3D platformer controls like kick in my brain, and I instantly try to strafe. It's only when I'm in the flow state of like actually controlling your game the way it's intended to be controlled that I like do it correctly. And I think that's something that your game does really well, is when I'm in the flow state, it feels super satisfying and you hit these jumps and you're moving really fast. So that's what I would say would be my biggest feedback for you, is make sure the levels are designed in a way that like encourage that flow state. I think you had, for like sections like this where the intent is like jump, hit, and you can take this very slowly, click this, then walk through, then come over here, then click this, then walk through. But it's also very obvious how you take it quickly, right? Where you do like jump, and then you whip the mouse back and forth while right-clicking to toggle the floor. And when you hit it at full speed, it feels really good. And then you hit this at full speed, it feels good. And then this spinning motion at full speed feels good. And it's like all of that stuff feels really nice. So that's what I think you should definitely do, is make sure the game is designed around going as fast as possible. I know it's like a speedrunner game, but right now, the parts that I had to do slowly felt really bad, but I also don't feel like I can do them faster. Primarily the 180s. I think the 180s are really tough. Like I don't know if like you need a higher sensitivity on the mouse to whip around faster, or if you need even more control, or if the intent is to take those 180s so slowly. But in general, I think that like the 180s really slowed everything to a crawl, and it's like they kind of just like ruined the flow of the levels. It's like your levels have such a nice flow to them where it's like if you're hitting everything perfectly, it looks fast and it feels fast and you're like zooming, but when you hit like a 180 or a part that you have to take slowly, it's just like, I wish I was back to playing the game rather than crawling through the level. It's like the game is so defined by this sense of flow of doing these like jumps as quickly as possible that when I have to take it slow, it almost feels like I'm not playing the game, which isn't a good sign. Someone in chat has pointed out, Monarch, that you can't move, like, he doesn't know what the point of getting rid of A and D is. And I think like, I see what the goal of A and D is. It's like to entirely orient yourself on where you're looking with your mouse, because that totally changes the dynamic of controlling where you're going. It's like, if I could reorient with A and D, I don't need to do this whipping motion back and forth to like snake through the tunnel. Instead, I would just be pressing A and D. And the snaking is much less precise, but also feels really fast to me. And I think that feeling of speed and going in the direction you're going, like the feeling of speed and you control where you're going by pointing, right? I'm like a rocket. I can only go the direction I'm pointing. And so I'm like zooming through the course. But it means when you have to do like a 180, you have to hit this, stop, turn the other way, find the platform, jump to it, right? And you can do like most of the game like that. But like if we go to, well, we know that it happened in level 10, but I think it was really bad in level 9, right? Yeah, this part in level 9, I do not see how to take this quickly because I need to turn almost completely 180 to make this jump. It's like, maybe if you really just like whip the mouse back and forth, but I tried that for a couple runs in a row before I was like, it's just not happening. And so to me, it feels like the best way to do this is like this. And this is so much worse than your usual gameplay. Especially the character has such a massive like amount of momentum behind him. Like you see, I sometimes just slide right off the edge because I have a little bit too much momentum and fly off the course. Like these jumps, without like a quick turnaround button or something, I don't really see how I could do them other than taking it so slowly, you know? If there was like a quick turn or something, maybe, but without a quick turn button or something, it's like this feels like the only way to climb this area. And compared to the rest of the game that's like hyper fast, this is like really takes me out of the flow state, you know? And it's like additionally, the game is like sort of like a speedrunner game, right? Where the goal is to move as fast as possible and like get a really good time on the level. But I don't think I can shave very much time off of these turnarounds. And because these turnarounds are so slow, it really doesn't make me want to speedrun the level, you know? It's like if all of the movement was super fast and there are ways to like shave like time off of cutting corners and stuff, I think those are great ways to encourage the player to go quickly. Like I think this right here, it's like you can walk to the edge of this platform, line it up, jump here, and then try to do this around the ledge. But I really like the fact that I can jump right from the beginning and just catch the edge of this. It's like that feels like I'm speedrunning, you know? It's like shave off a little bit of time with that like slightly trickier jump. That feels really good. And I think those are the sort of like level design pieces you can do where it's like the obvious path is a little bit slower. Like here, I don't know how I could possibly do this jumping sequence anything other than slowly, you know? Especially this, I can't even see this platform when I am doing it slowly, let alone trying to do it at speed. And then here, it's like this one I need to like check where it's going to land, and I can assume that it's going to be in this diagonal pattern. And then once I get here, it is in the diagonal pattern. But as you can tell, that is not nearly as fun as the earlier levels. Like these early levels where I'm just zooming through, this is where the game is like at its best, where you're just taking these fast jumps and trying to rocket in the direction you're facing. And quick turns, searching for the platform, like being able to sight read the level is very satisfying. See, and that, oh, I missed the very last part. That feels good, you know? It's like being able to take this so quickly is very satisfying. Also, you could consider adding some like what's the word? Some like skippable platforms, like some areas where if you take a really tight corner or get a jump really perfectly, you can make it to the next set of platforms without needing the first one. I think those kind of little optimizations that you work into the level design for people to speed run against are very satisfying. So it's like, obviously I need to take this full spin, but oh, actually, did I just find one? The kind of thing I'm talking about? Yeah, that kind of thing, very satisfying. So it's like building the levels out in a way that encourages your players to find stuff like that is really good. And finding that one felt really good. So these are the kind of things that I think are really good for the design of the game. Because it makes you want to speedrun them. It's like now I'm like, I can get an insane time with that skip. And now I want to. I mean, look at that time. 16,125. Now that's great. So you could take the 180 jumps by going blind backwards. Yes, I think you probably can do the 180 jumps by going backwards, but I don't think that's 100% what you want the player to be like trying, right? It's like, yeah, you could do those jumps blindly going backwards, but I think what would be better is if essentially you had a button, like imagine if S, instead of like pulling you backwards, was just a full 180. Now you're going forwards the other direction or something. That might be a little bit too disorienting, so you might need to add some sauce to it to make it less disorienting, like actually having a turn speed on it. But more options for the player to continue going at full speed, but also like correct for themselves. Like right now, the game definitely, it feels like I'm a rocket ship shooting forward, but there is a huge issue with not being able to maintain full speed. It's like if there was a quick turn button so that I could like spin 180 or even other movement like abilities, that could be interesting. But I think for the design you're going for, you probably want to lean into more of the level designs that let you just go quickly and rocket through them rather than these sort of more methodical 180 jumps. Now, I would be interested in watching someone do those 180 jumps at full speed if it's possible. Like if you, the developer, if you can do those jumps at full speed, I would love to post a video in Discord, because I wonder like what it looks like. Am I just doing something wrong, you know? But that being said, I think the core gameplay here is very fun. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention is the levels. This first level, I think, you know, first you learn how to move back and forth, and then you learn how to jump. And then you have this section here where you need to... I have beaten the entire demo and I still didn't one-shot this level, which probably means you should be a little more forgiving with the earlier levels. Like, make the designs a little bit easier to follow. Like, this one is mostly going up, right? Which makes it hard to see where you're jumping to. Whereas I think this kind of tutorial level would work better if you were going down, because then you can see the jumps a little bit more clearly and you can tell what's happening, right? Similarly, then the second level, you introduce the kill planes, which I think is good. But these tight turns and jumps are also a little bit difficult. So I think the difficulty on this game probably ramps up a little quickly, especially because your movement, maybe, while maybe not unique to some players, to me, feels different than I'm used to controlling. So I wasn't ready to control a game like this, and I needed some more time to get used to it, especially these like jumping up the platforms. So how are you so cracked at so many genres? I'm only going to turn play slop and aircraft game. I've been playing lots of different video games my whole life. Yeah, I think that like these vertical sections, like being able to move up vertically, is like its own skill, you know? I would probably make the first level almost more like for a person that knows how to play the game, that understands the controls, this should probably almost feel like a little bit like a roller coaster ride, where it's like you barely have to do anything to get it perfect. It's just like hitting the jump button at the right time. For one, it lets the player get a quick win, and they get used to your control scheme in a way that's like in a level that's a little bit more familiar to them, right? This one should probably go mostly down. Then the next level, you can introduce these kill planes, maybe have a couple tight turns, but mostly still going down rather than going up. Now, I do like how going up makes the death timer a little bit longer. I think that gives a nice like reset mentally for people who have fallen down, but you can also do that through purely the timer. Like, as the time on the level ticks up, like just have the kill plane slowly move down as you're playing the level, you know? So, yeah, I think making this one either mostly a horizontal, like a little flat, or go down a little bit so that it's still easy to see where the jumps are going and understand where you need to be while introducing kill planes. Then this level can be the first one that introduces like the vertical movement where you need to jump up to platforms. That way, this is the first one that's like, whoa, this is kind of tough. Then maybe another level that introduces kill planes and some more complicated movement. It's like this level right here is actually fairly easy. And then this right here is such a huge difficulty spike. Like, this being the fourth level to me feels like it comes way too early. I feel like maybe this level should be like the 10th, you know? This one is quite tough. And I think it would benefit you to have some more easy win levels that, you know, give the player some dopamine hit and get them used to the controls a little bit more, you know, give them the speedrunning win then you hit them with this like difficult level that combines all the mechanics together. It's like, so far, I think this level was one of the most fun for me to like fully complete, but I think it came a little bit too early, mostly. The difficulty scale is a roller coaster in short. It goes up and down. Yeah, that's true. The difficulty is a little bit all over the place. So having a nice smoother difficulty curve would be great. But I also think it's fine to have like one really tough level and then a couple easy wins afterwards. So it's not just like bashing your head against every single level. But with that in mind, I think you need to be a lot more cognizant of it and a lot more methodical with it so that you're like making sure the player has the exact intention you want. It's like, yeah, after that difficult level, you introduce the jump pads. And this level is not that difficult. It's mostly a tutorial for these jump pads at the start. But because this is sort of a tutorial for the jump pads, you might consider making these kill planes a little bit more generous because you have to take these jump turns like pretty tight. And for the first time you see the jump mechanic, like you hit it once and then you have to do like a tight hairpin turn using the jump pad mechanic. So it's like a little punishing in a way that you might want to just have a couple easy jumps in a row. It's like give the player a little bit of time to get accustomed to the new thing. Like a couple easy jump pad jumps into these two hairpin turns would, I think, be a little more satisfying. And then you have this like slow turnaround. Another thought that's occurring to me, which is both aesthetic and also would help like push the player forward so they can't do pure baby strats, is it would be cool if as the timer goes, the early platforms fall. So it's like, as you're moving forward, these are falling behind you. I think that would make a nice visual, and you could even design the levels to enhance that visual. So like you're moving ahead this way, then as you turn, you can see the tiles from behind you falling. Like you can set up the level design in a way that accents the view of those tiles falling so that the player gets to see it, right? Because it's not guaranteed that they'll see the tiles falling based on how the level is currently laid out. You do need to like make sure that it gets properly highlighted, but it's the kind of thing that like would both force the player like I need to go to like make them go quickly while also being visually very interesting and selling the whole concept of speedrunning, right? I'm going to make a platformer visual novel at some point. Actually sounds kind of sick. I really like the timing on this right here. Like this mechanic is very satisfying. I like doing it. Once I got it down, it was very fun to do. But yeah, I think those are the big things. It's the difficulty curve and making sure the level design accents the actual movement in the game. The other thing that I would consider, I briefly touched on it, but like the sound effects, maybe having some more, like some stronger sound effects for jumping and landing on platforms, and some sound effects when you're like switching these that are a little bit more poignant. And you could even do like a visual effect, like some particles that pop when you switch these would be nice. In general, just a little bit more polish on like those visual details would be great. And then in a lot of ways, it's hard to see the next jump because of the vantage point. It's like my character is very short and there are a lot of jumping up. It's a lot of jumping up on a short player controller. And so there's a lot of looking up at the bottom of platforms that I need to jump onto the lip of, which feels a little bit hard to both sight read and just like physics wise, it took quite some getting used to. So that's another thing that you definitely want to make sure your player has the chance to get accustomed to by like lengthening the startup time and the difficulty on it. But it's something that you definitely want to consider with the level design. Like this area right here is really easy to sight read because it's mostly going down, So like having sections that go up, like with a big bounce pad and then go downward are a little bit easier to parse. And then going up is much more difficult than going down. Like jumping up to other platforms is the more skill testing element. So it's the one that you want to use a little more sparingly. And even if not sparingly, it's something that you definitely want to be very considered with. Make sure that you're not just going up all the time because, that's the easiest way to do it. But yeah, I think those are my main takeaways. That's how the world would look as a person with 160 centimeter height, more like 140 centimeter. Hey, it's Lyra in chat. What's up, Lyra? A and D could also do snappy 90-degree turns. Yeah, being able to double press D to like do a 180 turn would be pretty satisfying. But yeah, I think the character controller is so short, it might even be worth just like increasing the sight line a little bit because it's like uncomfortably short. the very first thing when I started the game and I started moving was, dang, I'm short. Because I'm so close to the ground. And being so close to the ground also does influence the vantage point of the jumps. Like if I was a little bit taller, maybe these like extremely vertical jumps would be a little bit easier to pull off, you know? But just something to consider, I think. Yeah, this movement here in this level is really nice. There isn't like a 180 section. You can see like one of the reasons this level feels great to me because it's always just speed, 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 speed. Hit the buttons at the right time, do the jumps at the right time. And it looks visually interesting too because I'm moving down, I can see the path ahead of me, and then I climb up and then I move down a little bit. It's like this level I think is like really well designed and complements the like the level design is directly influenced and complemented by the actual game design and all the different mechanics. So I think that level is very much like gold standard for you. I understand why you can't let the player skip these. Like they need to take those jumps, and that's why you make them appear like that. But I actually almost think you could just make these platforms, and you know, a lot of players will do the jumping around like this. But honestly, you could just let the player realize, oh, what if I just fall here and then do like a quick turn? Is that faster? It's like, because they need to fall down to that one, they could fall to this one, then land and run off and fall to this one, and that would feel awesome, and it would feel great for speedrunners too. It's like, it's not like the path you want them to jump, but giving them another option to skip some platforms and feel like a speedrunner breaking stuff is great. It's like, you know, as the player, if I did that, I would be like, you let me skip platforms. You didn't set this up in a way where I had to make these jumps, and I took advantage of that. But I think as the game designer, we can just let the player think that they're smarter than us, right? It's like, yeah, you got me. I didn't realize you could skip those platforms. You are a good speedrunner. It's like giving the chance for the player to feel like they're outsmarting the dev to go faster than intended is something that's like good. Because it wasn't my first thought to skip those. It was like close to my second or third thought, but you know, giving those little wins is great. Especially because it would make me want to go search for other little wins that I might have missed in other levels to see if I can shave extra time off, you know? But yeah, overall, I think the game visually is very satisfying. I think it could use a little bit more polish on some of the VFX, maybe some particles and stuff, but overall, the visual polish is nice. The character controller feels really good. It's like definitely I could see you spent the time polishing the movement so that like you have a very clear sense of what the movement is supposed to be like in this game. And I think that's really nice. But yeah, those elements that I mentioned are the things I would work on to, I think, take this to the next level. It's like we're playing as a snake. Yeah, real talk. How tall is the player character? Yeah, it's like I'm so short. And that really does influence how you take the jumps, because any jump that you're looking up, you can't see the top of the platform. Instead, you see the bottom of it. Like, if you go to the very first level, isn't your first thought like, dang, I'm short? And when you see these jumps ahead of you, it's like, wow, even just standing here, I see like the bottom of the platform, and I have to like jump up onto it because I'm so tiny. So you could consider making the character taller, but I actually think I don't mind the character being this tiny little snake. I think you just need to make sure the level design complements that, rather than working against it. And I think in a lot of you have some really good levels that do design it well, but I think that in particular, the most egregious ones to me are like the 180s, especially in the final level. Because this level, I love these hairpin turns at the beginning. I think these are really satisfying to do. But this part, I really dislike. It's like, for one, it's like you have to take these super slow turns. And then it's like hard to actually see where the red platform is against the red kill planes. I understand why you had to make the kill planes red to give the sense that, you know, they're kill planes. But maybe you make the toggling platforms like yellow or blue or something just so they stand out. Because these ones were really hard to see. Like this right here, that one I can see. But like, yeah, that one up there was the one I kept like not being able to spot while I was running the course. But yeah, the pace change is quite drastic mid level. Yeah, for sure. I think that needing to slow way down and take the 180s does not feel good. And maybe the intent isn't to slow down. Maybe the actual intent from the developer here is to whip around, like, you know, do a 180 like this, but like I might be able to do that once. I cannot chain like 6 of those together like I would need to, you know? Like, let's see. Can I even land it twice in a row? No. I've completely lost control after hitting one 180. So you could, in theory, have like 180 at one point, but then you need to give some time for the player to like collect themselves and recover rather than needing to instantly hit another one. And I think the 180s are tough enough that like trying to hit one is kind of satisfying, maybe, but having multiple in a row is where it gets to be too much, especially because it's multiple 180s where you also need to like properly right click to like turn the platforms on and off. And that's the other thing. You'll hear it a lot with like cycles, like people talk about cycles. Making sure that the level resets to the same starting point every time you die is good. Because right now, they're like this, and then if I die, they stay like that. And then if I switch them to this and then die, they stay like that. They should always return to the same starting point. That way, the player is building in their muscle memory and their like almost memorization of the course and the buttons they need to hit. You don't want them to break that because that feels very frustrating. And you also don't want them starting the level by looking up and making sure things are in the right spot. Because that's like a piece on the mental stack that isn't fun. It doesn't contribute to the flow state and the most fun patterns of your game. Okay, couldn't even hit one. Oh, nice. Is the dev currently in chat? I do not know. Let me hide my screen. Let me go. I forgot to write down the name. For the games I put on the list recently, I forgot to put the name of the developer, which is something I need to remember more accurately. Congrats on the 190K. Oh, we hit 190K subs. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, thanks to everyone in chat for subscribing and for liking the stream. That's awesome. This is a toion Escape. This is by Mugenics. So I don't think Mugenics is in chat right now, but can you try my game during this stream? You're on my list, but I don't know if we'll get there before the end of the stream, especially because I need to go get dinner with Insandio after the stream. So we might end a little bit early, but we might get to you. We'll see. Because next up is a game called Tangled Crisis. I don't want to miss mine when you do play it. I understand. Okay, Tangled Crisis. This is supposed to be played with a gamepad, so let me connect my gamepad. I was playing Silk Song for research yesterday, so hopefully I didn't kill the gamepad's battery. Desktop audio. All right. Let me turn up the game sound a little bit. I feel like the game is a little bit quiet. Okay. Nice. I think that's probably a little bit better. Demo of Tangled Crisis. Let's go. Classic or arcade? Let's play the classic. Casual or normal or crisis? I can't select crisis, so let's do normal. Solid Plasma, in my time, Insandio pinged me in Discord to tell me the show was going to play my game. Right, Insandio usually will lurk in the stream, and when I start someone's game, she will often ping the developer so they know that I'm playing. So big dub to Insandio for just kind of in the background silently doing that for the devs. That's very kind of her. I never even asked her to do it, by the way. She just picked up that behavior entirely on her own to try to help out the devs. So huge dub to Insandio. Can we get some W Insandio in chat? She's lurking, so she'll probably see it. But wow, to focus on the game, the visual identity is insane. This is so sick. It's like I have the Game Boy, which I'm sure they don't want me calling a Game Boy. The Game Boy in chat, or the Game Boy on screen showing the menu. We got the old retro monitors, and the whole visual identity here is so sick. And it looks like it's like a speed running game as well. I didn't realize that. I thought this was a puzzle game. Oh, so it's like a maze. Oh, that's why. I thought it was a puzzle game from the screenshots. But it's like, get to the end of the maze before time runs out. I see. Look for the shiny walls at the start of each level. Wait. I'm trying to dash through the shiny wall. Slow time, see further. Okay. Dude, this pulling up the Game Boy as the you lose menu is so sick. Okay, how do I get through? Oh, I was hitting the wrong button. It said B on screen, but on my gamepad I needed to press A. The art direction is so good, right? Let me in. Oh, shoot. Okay, not my best performance, but we got there in time. Dodge. Nice. Okay, we already figured that one out. Oops. Oops. Oh, I get 3 hearts to get through the level with. Oh, wow. I have to get this one fast. Oh, maybe I lost time for taking damage as well as hearts. Nice, nice, nice. We made it, we made it. The little score display is cute. Right? Dude, this game's like visual identity is so good. That's crazy. Okay, so this game has a similar cycles issue as the last game, where it doesn't always restart at the same starting point. So on that run, I needed to wait for the platform when I didn't need to wait for it in the previous run. So that's something you might want to consider, is making it reset its state on each new run. That way things stay consistent. So I need to dash through there, go up there to grab those 3 diamonds. Then I can either take that moving platform, or I can just dash through the laser thing. So I go around, dash through the laser thing. Oh no, but I want to go get the... Oh, I see why I need to take the platform. So I go around, go down, take the platform to go down and get the 3 dots there. So I can go up through the platforms that disappear the first time they're passed through. Then I go across to get that little diamond and then go back around to the star. Got it. Oops. Now here's the thing. There's a cooldown on the dash, which makes sense, but I wasn't ready for it. Nice. Okay. This one are portals. Nice. Okay. Holy smokes, difficulty spike. holy increase in complexity. But I see the like trophy and like the arcade in the background. Dude, the art direction is unbelievably clean. Holy moly, the art is so nice. Like all of the moving details in the background, and they're blurred out to give the fake sense of depth. There's so many things that make this so clean. So if you're trying to improve your game's graphics, you should really study everything happening here. It's like having the blurred out motion in the blur out in the background. It gives it a sense of depth, right? Because that's what happens when you use like a really nice camera. It's called bokeh, right? Or bokeh. It's called bokeh. There's a bokeh effect on the background that makes it feel more like a high quality camera. Plus, there's a lot of motion in the background, which, because it's blurred out, isn't that distracting, but makes it feel super alive. Then you have moving lights in the background, which also make it feel like a real scene and make it feel very dynamic. Then, to set the scene for why this is such a huge complexity increase versus the previous levels, they have this champion trophy, right? The champion trophy shows like, hey, this is the champion level. This is difficult, right? And then they set up like the different screens of the level. The different screens of the level by having them on different monitors. There's a post-it note on here to add a little visual information to the screen. Overall, this scene is so well done to make it look really nice. Like, obviously, when you see this screen in the game, you're like, whoa, that looks incredible. But like, you have to really think about what are all the different elements that went into it to make it look this incredible. Even the font choice, like on the 130 and the 30 timer, it's like the 30-second timer is using an 8-segment display, right? That's what it's called? Yeah. Or is it a 7-segment display? 7-segment display, right? It's using a 7-segment display to do the times, so that it feels like an actual timer, right? Because timers, like clocks, use these 7-segment displays. Then the little score on like the Tamagotchi, and then the 130 using like the retro font, everything comes together to build this incredibly beautiful scene. And so you want to think about all the elements when you're putting your scene together like this. This is such a great reference for how to do the visuals really, really well. Yeah, this isn't a feedback section. This is just, I'm so impressed by the way the scene is set up that I had to take a moment to dissect it, to explain what are all the great details. Okay, now let's actually think about this level design, because what the hell is going on? I'm that white dot right there. I need to collect all the doohickeys. And there's a strawberry too, very Celeste coated. So I go down through here, up and across. Do I need to collect these things? Oh, those are time increases. I see. You know, I started moving to see if I needed to collect those before I fully finished planning out the level, so. You know, I'm up here. Oof, oof, oof. I got stopped by the spinner when I was, dude, those spinners are messing me up big time. Got the cherries. Ah, close, close. Okay. So I didn't finish sight reading because I wanted to know if I needed to pick up those timers. They are timers. Okay. Oh, there's an extra heart there at the beginning. Is that because I died? So I go around, grab the timer, then grab that shell, diamond, whatever they're called, points, Pac-Man pellets. Then I go around through the bottom to grab the strawberry, go out through the top to go through there, grab those three, go across. I don't love the fact that I'm doubling back so much. Is there a way to avoid that? Not really. If I want to go grab everything, I kind of have to double back at some point. If I go... okay. I go to the left. Don't grab the timer at first. Go across the top. No, no, no. That doesn't work either because then I still have to double back. So we just go through around... Go up the side to grab the die, then come back down, divert for those 3 points, go up, grab the timer. But then we never went through those 3 pellets, right? We came up, went around here, grabbed that. Oh, divert by going through those 3. Then go across, grab that, come back around. Okay. Then once we get up there, we come out the top. First, we go grab the die because there's no other way around it. Grab the timer, grab the 3 pellets. Do we want to grab the... Actually, I think we go all the way down the left side first, on the top. We go down the left side, grab everything, come back up through grabbing those 2 pellets, then grab those 3 pellets, then grab the cherries, then go to the star. So we go down, and then back up and around, then into the star. Over here, we go around the left, through the bottom, up, around the side, up through there, grab those, grab those. Oh, I didn't grab the die on that attempt. Go through, around, up, grab there, grab the die, go around, grab those 3 pellets. Okay, I have a plan. I assume this plan is not going to work, but we can give it a try. Oh. Well, easy mistake to make. All right. Get that. Boom. Plan was a success. Nice. We got the trophy. There's a Rubik's Cube. There's dice. There are arcade cabinets. The aesthetics for this game are so nice. Has Pac-Man DNA. Yeah, this game I feel like is referencing a lot of the retro games and retro technology. You know, like old monitors, old arcade cabinets, Rubik's Cubes, Pong, Pac-Man. Yeah, really, really great game. Really fun to play. Visually stunning. Visually, the game is amazing. I think that is the thing that stands out far and above everything else. Is aesthetically, the game is gorgeous. Yeah, then the actual gameplay, coming up with a plan to collect everything and then executing the plan is very satisfying. I think there was a bit too much of a complexity jump when you got to the champion screen, where it went from like very simple levels that didn't require that much planning to a full huge level with a ton of planning. Yeah, the cube is unsolvable because there was a green side. I could tell the developer wanted a Rubik's Cube there and then they just like colored the sides until it looked good and then didn't think about it beyond there, right? Unless they meant for the cube to be unsolvable. I wonder, there might be some kind of like ARG thing happening where it's like they have unsolvable cubes in the background and they spell out some kind of answer or something, you know, to something. It could be possible, but my better guess would be that that it was just an oversight. I'm surprised you're able to just handle the difficulty spike easily. Yeah, I think it would probably be too much for a lot of people. It is I also think the huge difficulty spike is going to be not that satisfying. Because especially the way you limit the light, it is about planning ahead of time by turning the lights down. So you do need to go in with that plan. But I think a lot of people don't want to sit there and come up with a whole plan ahead of time and then just execute it. They want to play the game. And although coming up with a plan is the game, you haven't primed them for that yet because all of the levels leading up to that are just all the levels leading up to that are just going through the level kind of willy-nilly, you know. Already finished it? Yeah. I think the demo for this game was pretty short. Now, that's another thing I wanted to say. I think the huge difficulty spike might be a symptom of being a demo. They didn't want it to overstay its welcome, and they wanted to like get to the meat eventually, and show off what a high complexity might be like without needing to, you know, really linger in the little details. But I think that it's something worth considering for sure, is maybe putting another section to the demo where having a different championship match that's a little bit easier, that doesn't have the huge complexity spike immediately. Like I feel like I never got to do any like medium difficulty levels. It was all easy tutorial based stuff and then the finale. So it might be nice to have like a smoother difficulty increase so that it's like I get to do some medium difficulty levels. I get to experience the game a little bit more until I get to the huge difficulty spike where I have to plan everything out. And then introducing those elements of needing to plan ahead a little bit more. Because right now there was a pretty huge difficulty spike. But that being said, I think that visually the game is great and I think it feels great to play. So mostly the feedback I think for this game is making sure that you properly space out the difficulty and, you know, do a little bit more of the level design to really like entice the player, because this is the demo, right? So it's entirely possible that in the full game, the level design is spread out a little bit more evenly and it doesn't have these huge difficulty spikes and there's more to it. But from playing the demo, I feel like I wouldn't be that convinced. Like I wouldn't know. I probably would still buy it and keep playing anyway if I was like, you know, in the middle of looking for this game. If I was trying out the demo for considering whether to buy it, I think the aesthetics are so nice that I would probably give it the benefit of the doubt, but I think you probably could be more convincing with the level design in the demo. There was a lot of tutorialization stuff, and I think the tutorialization was great, but we only did one level with the real meat of the game, you know? It's like we got to the real meat, played one level through it, and I was like, nice, that was satisfying, and then it ended. So I think that you probably want the demo to give the player a little bit more, right? And so I think that's what I would go for. I would probably work another set of levels into the demo. And you have this really nice aesthetic for the game. It's really visually stunning. And the championship scene had like a different background, like different details going in. It might be nice if the medium difficulty levels are like also in a different environment so that you show the player that it's more than just like you have the one environment for the tutorial levels and then a different environment for the championship. And that's kind of basically it. You could tell them, hey, there's going to be even more stuff going on by introducing those in the earlier, like medium difficulty level path that you put in there. But overall, I think that this game is really excellent. I think you did a lot of stuff really well. And I think a lot of the other devs in chat and anyone watching the stream VOD or whatever, I think anyone watching this can learn a lot from how to make the game really visually polished with all the different details you threw in to make everything work together. I think one thing that stands out is the amount of motion in the scene. Like even this victory screen, there's like confetti, there's little guys jumping around. Even the press start button on the arcade cabinet and the title of the arcade cabinet are like blinking and flashing and growing and expanding. And that little bit of detail in the scene causes it to feel way more alive. Plus the way you use lights is fantastic. So I'd say those elements are really, really good. There's something for everyone watching to learn from, and something that you clearly know what you're doing when it comes to the visuals. So yeah, I think that's the one thing I would focus on, though, is making the demo a little bit more, adding a little bit more meat to the demo, so I get a little bit more of the actual gameplay. But yeah, overall, very, very polished, very fun, great job. And let me exit the game. Tangled Crisis demo. Let me show this off. This is the Tangled Crisis. This is the game on Steam. This game doesn't look like other things you played in the past. What are the recommendations on this? More like this are Vampire Survivor and Goose Goose Duck and the Loopler. You might want to work on your. So one thing that a lot of people might not know is that the user-defined tags here that you put in for your game determine what shows up. At least they're a huge part in what shows up for this more like this section. And also then will determine what you get put in the more like this section for, right? So you should tag yourself such that these suggestions at the bottom are actually aligned with your genre, right? You want to make it so that people who play other games, yeah. I think this demo, seeing this, I got a little bit distracted looking at the demo. I feel like seeing this demo here shows more environments and shows more gameplay and shows more meaty levels. So I think this demo, this trailer combined with the demo is very convincing. It's like if I was already considering it, it's only $5.59. If I was considering buying it, the demo seemed really fun, looked beautiful, and then looking here, looks like there's all kinds of other stuff to do. All kinds of different environments and different gameplay. So I think those work together really well to create this picture of a game I would want to buy. So I think you have something that could be successful on your hands. Although this came out in 2025 and only has 10 reviews, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Maybe you just need a little bit more of a marketing push. Because I think that like the gameplay is really fun and the visuals are really nice. I think you might actually be shooting yourself in the foot with the tags. It's like these should not be the recommended games. You want to show up under similar games. Like what are some games? What are some games that are similar to this? Like I feel like I would almost want to show up next to like Portal 2, you know? It's like a speed running puzzle game where you collect stuff. The movement is really satisfying. It's like it's a pretty unique game. And so because it's a pretty unique game, oh, let me make sure before I forget, add to my wish list. Because it's a pretty unique game, it's hard to think of like what should the more like this section be? Like what are popular games? Okay, let's go to popular games. Top sellers, browse. Top sellers? Slay the Spires 2, obviously, but it's not like that. Poker Night at the inventory? Okay, we're probably not going to get anything straight up in top sellers. So let's cats. Cats is a category. Pac-Man. Yo, what's up, Yami Kyogi? Similar to Pac-Man, true. Puzzle? I don't know if puzzle is really the right category. Let's view some tags. Let's see what shows up in puzzle. Poppy Playtime. Blueprints. Visually stunning, interesting, unique gameplay. But Blueprints is very exploration roguelike-y, so I don't know if that's Baba Is You. Baba Is You is a good one to have in your tags. Puzzle indie difficult. What else shows up in Baba Is You? Stardew Valley. Geometry Dash. Geometry Dash. It is about like speed running, hitting things in the right order, properly doing the level. Maybe showing up with Geometry Dash wouldn't be bad. So this has puzzle, indie, difficult, single player, logic, cute 2D. Um, for this dev, Chris Zukowski has a great guide on tagging your game. True. Chris Zukowski has suggested a lot of good stuff about how to tag. Maybe showing up. You don't have a level editor. Difficult music 2D. Similar to Hollow Knight. Yeah. Rhythm Doctor, Pizza Tower. Huh. Yeah, figuring out your tags here, I think, are going to be... Baba has some bad tags, yeah. Figuring out your tags here, I think, are going to be huge so that you can actually show up in the recommended for people who want to play your game. Because you have a very beautiful game with really nice graphics. Very beautiful and, like, pretty fun gameplay, too. So it's not just, like... I wonder if maybe you need some more visual difference on the game itself. It's like, one thing that does come across in the trailer is like this is what the game looks like, right? And you have all this nice set dressing in the background for like making this game stand out a little bit more. But this game does start to look a little bit samey. But after playing the demo, all of these levels look like they're going to be fun to figure out and play. This one's like moving as you play it. That's sick. And it's on an arcade cabinet. But maybe you could have some stylization to the individual levels based on the scene they're playing in. Like this is on an arcade cabinet, so maybe you could change it to feel more like it's playing on an arcade cabinet. But that's just a small suggestion. Like you could have like the retro computer have like a little bit more of a retro pixelated vibe on the gameplay or something like this. So that like so that it matches the aesthetic of this a little bit more to make it feel like you're, doing a lot of stuff. But that being said, I feel like you definitely do need to time management. I guess you do need to like speed run the game. I don't think time management is the tag you want here. Time management is like city sims and F1 manager. Farming simulator. Yeah, I don't think that's a tag for sure. Arcade might be a good tag. What are other games in arcade that you... Mega Bonk. Geometry Dash is not a bad one, I think. Ball X Pit is not bad, but Ball X Pit doesn't really have similar gameplay, But yeah, I think you probably just need to like work on your tags a little bit and then maybe give a little bit more meat to the demo so that people who play the demo don't feel like they... It's tough. I see why... Actually saying that, I see why you don't want the demo to be too meaty because you don't want people to play the demo and feel like they got the gist of it and they don't want to play the full game. But I think you should probably you want to have a little bit more faith in the actual gameplay here because it is fun. Let them get hooked into the game. It's like I feel like I didn't get enough meat to get fully hooked. I feel like if I did a few more levels where I had to plan it out and then I wasn't allowed to keep playing, it'd be like, oh, okay, well, I got to buy the game because I want to keep playing. What are the reviews like? This has some reviews, so. Oh, it's fairly short. I see. 1.7 hours. So did they finish the game in 1.7 hours? That might be the big difference maker. It's like, I do think a short game is totally fine. Just one more run gameplay, really? That might be the other thing that could be holding it back. Is that it might need to be a little bit longer. I think that like visually it's really nice, but you have all these set dressings. Maybe you could just make some more levels. But I guess the game's already out, so that's one thing. But that might be another thing that's holding it back. Obviously, I only played the demo, so I don't know how much is available in the full game. But seeing someone with 1.7 hours say it's fairly short is like a bit of a not a red flag, but if I was shopping for a game, I'd be a little bit worried about that. But yeah. I'm surprised speedrunning isn't flat out a tag at this point. Yeah. Yes, visual 10 out of 10, tags negative 20 out of 10. But yeah, great job on this game. Is this your first project, Long Sleeve Games? Yeah, nice. Really great work. It looks gorgeous, that's for sure. And the gameplay is fun. So you have something really nice on your hands. It looks great and it's fun to play. So it's just about getting over that hurdle to actually get in the hands of the people who want to play this game. And I think a big part of that will be tags. Maybe a part of that is making the demo a little bit more meaty. Maybe a part of that is adding some more content. Also, that is a good way to, hopefully, by the way, if you're watching the stream, go ahead and wishlist this if you're interested in it. I think it would be a huge help to the developer. A good way to drive some attention to the game is doing a new content push, right? I'm sure posting an announcement that's like content update with like, we added, 37 more levels and blah, 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 right? I'm sure that would get some people interested, right? And people who looked at the game but thought it might be short might see a content push and, decide to take the plunge based on that. So, yeah, I think that would be my main feedback for this game, is that the game itself, both visually, gameplay-wise, polish-wise, is really, really stunning. And it's just about how do you take such a good game and get it over the hurdle. And I think those are the things I would tackle. So great work. And thanks for submitting. Hopefully that feedback was helpful, and hopefully you get some wish lists off of me playing it on stream. Okay. Next up, we have a game called Guinea Pig Gunner. Let me open that up. Guinea Pig Gunner. All right. Oh, let me make sure I unmute the desktop. Maybe I need to turn the audio down a little bit, huh? Let me hide my screen for a second so I can deal with the audio. Okay. That's a little bit better. All right, and desktop. Anyway, thanks for the awesome stream. I'm going to sleep. It's like 6 a.m. here. I'll check the VODs once I wake up. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest. Human Yo-Yo, how can I send my game for next time? If you check the Discord, there's a Discord link in the description. Thanks, Insandio, for putting that there. And if you go to the Discord that's linked in the description, there's a channel called Showcase Saturday where you can post your game. All right, we got Guinea Pig Gunner. In the 22nd century, Earth is besieged by the Terra Nublins, a warlike reptilian race that worships an ancient AI determined to conquer the universe. In this playtest preview, we join our hero Gunner in the ruins of Echo Mountain. Here lies technology from a lost civilization that will protect our planet from the invading horde. To activate the Echo Mountain Shield of Protection, Gunner must find the 3 scattered pieces of a statue and return them to the Shrine of the Golden Monkey. After completing this mission, you will be teleported to St. Athens, an active volcano that the Terra Nublins are agitating in order to wreak havoc upon Earth and force us into submission. Your mission there is to destroy the invasion control tower to free the volcano from alien control. I think I parsed to maybe 10% of that, so... Oh my goodness. The proper version of the game will have proper tutorial sections. In the meantime, you can refer to this page from the pause menu at any time. Okay. A to D is run left to right. S dismounts from the wall grip. Space is jump and double jump. Mouse aims the weapon. Left button is fire. Right mouse is fire. The teleporter. Shifting is dashing. You can switch weapon with mouse scroll. E uses items. Q performs fire squeak. You can toggle the weapon wheel with W. And you can recall your teleporter with R. All right. I'll figure it out. Nice. Oh, nice. Some big Dan. Oh. Okay, that reptile guy must be one of the Schmergoblins. The Snurnublins. I don't remember what they're called. My T-pose jump. Oh, okay. I see the fire particles up here. Whoa, that's fast. Holy moly, that's fast. That guy should just... Yeah. I basically just need to continuously fire at that guy and hope he runs into the bullets. Nice. Ooh, I got some rocket ammo. Alright, I switch weapons with one of my buttons. But I'm still getting used to the gameplay, so I'll keep using my Mega Buster for now. Oh, get reptile, bro. Oh, I got one aura. Let's go. Finally. Finally, I have some aura. Ow. Okay. Lost some aura immediately. I've always wanted aura. And that's what, you know, that's what video games are all about. You know, fantasy fulfillment, right? Full HP, we'll take that. Oh, nice. The wall jumping feels pretty good. Pretty clean wall jumping. Okay, shattered whatever that is. I think this... Can I cause this to spin to give myself wind? Literally aura farming? Let's go. Uh-oh, uh-oh. This was not a good call. There's a million enemies in here. Abort mission, abort mission. Okay. Ow. Nope. Oh, I have double jump. I didn't even realize I had double jump. Oop. Nice. So, this is one of those instances where camera look ahead would be useful. Because if you see where I'm standing, like, the amount of screen I want to pay attention to is partially covered by the UI. And there's, like, no room over here to look at what's going on. So much of the screen is dedicated to tile set above me and tile set and empty space to my right. It's like, I only have, like, 30% of the screen is the stuff I actually want to look at right now. So having some camera system that pulls the camera over to focus on this room as I get here would be really nice. Nice, nice. Oh my gosh. Bro's throwing grenades. I didn't even notice. Okay, he's going to explode into a guy out of the suit. Nice. Okay, I'm very low on health. But I have slaughtered those enemies. Oh, a Mega Man upgrade. Oh. Nice, nice. I see that reference. Sure, I'll save again. I want this thing. Nice. I got a revive. Sick, sick. Okay. I'll take a revive. Yeah, this is another good example of the look ahead. Look how much of the screen is being hidden. I've got so little room on the screen to work with. Oh, grenades. I didn't even notice I walked past that pickup. Okay. Forgot about that. Can I break that, actually? I know it's like a level hazard. No, okay. I can't break it. Oh, oh, oh. Need to be careful. I'm pretty low on HP. Bro, don't hide behind cover. I'm doing coward strats. Okay, that was that was dangerous. I love coward strats. Okay. Okay, this guy drops a bomb if he gets above your head. I remember that. All right, we're shooting this. Nice lighting effect on the blaster here. When it like pops, like the bullet as it gets near to the spikes, you can see it like shining against him. That's such a nice effect. Ah! Oh! Okay. I almost died 100 different ways there. No, he's got a laser sword. And he's dead. +1 aura, baby. Okay, so you can see why I wasn't thinking that spike would hit me. Ah! Ah! How do I get up there? Ah! Yo, 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 yo. Yo, bump off my steam, bro. Okay. Wait, did I just land on the spikes? How do I get up there? I have to really properly double jump. Okay, got it. Ah! He's got a blaster. He's got a blaster. All right. Some aura. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Revive instead of heal. Yeah. Unfortunate use of my revive, but... Oh. Wait, do I have a dash? Oh. Whoa, what is that effect? Oh, this is how I pick between my different ammos. Yo, that effect is kind of sick, though. Holy smokes, that looks nice. Great work on that effect. Oh, I do have a dash. Okay, well. Gotta be careful about when I press it, because that dash is out of control, dude. Okay, I want to grab the wall here. Okay. Okay, I feel like I could use ricochet bullets to get in there, but this is working. Okay. Nice. Oh, you can give me the pickup. Press E to activate? Sure. The flamethrower is now off. Okay. Don't know where the flamethrower was, but I'll take it being off. This one, it was blocking my path forward. Okay, I really need to figure out how to activate these, like, turbines. Okay, not every flamethrower got turned off. Help. No, don't drop a bomb. Okay, okay. Well, pretty low on HP. Okay. Ow, jumped into the flames, don't mind me. And I'm dead. Do I start all the way back at the save point? Oh. I have to redo everything I just did? That is much too punishing. The turbine has been activated? Oh, I didn't even realize I didn't press the button there. Well, it's a good thing I came back. Okay, well, the turbine is activated, but that doesn't actually help me get up there. Wait, can I dash upwards? No, because W only switches weapons. Okay. Dude, the save point doesn't even restore my HP when I come back after dying. That is rough. So did I just shoot a grenade or did I shoot my aura? I actually have no idea. Okay. We're making good progress going this way. Slime gun ammo. How do I use... Oh, that's my teleporter. Oh, wait a minute. So if I teleport her, can I teleport her in here? Nice. I didn't see the enemies in there before I did the teleporting. Oh, the teleporting is fun. Wait, so can I, like... Okay, it feels like that should work, but it clearly doesn't. It sends me hurtling downwards. Okay, well... I don't understand what's happening with the physics there that prevent me from doing the teleport chaining, but I understand why you don't want me to do the teleport chaining. I just don't know what's preventing it. Oh, that just opens. I was like, how did I open that last time? Oh, what's one? Yeah, I got some aura. Don't mind me. Wait, so can I just... Nice, you didn't even get a chance to shoot me. Fire Squeak is ready. You better believe Fire Squeak is ready. There's a slight cooldown over the course of which the gravity accelerates and you eventually get too fast to beat the cooldown. It's more so it sends me hurtling downwards as soon as I do the second one. It's like, because there really isn't much of a cooldown on it. It's like, I just go flying downwards. Ah, that's the trick to it. Okay. If you throw it, then land. So you throw one up, land. That's how to do it. So, for example, jump here. Okay, I got it. That's how you can get high. Hold on. So I gotta go try it in that spiky room. Now that I figured out the trick. Yo, let me out of here. Fine, I'll just jump. Okay. Now that I figured out the trick. Oh, it won't let me out. What the hell? I'm trapped. Come on, get the right angle. And we're through. Alright. Nice. It just feels like it's accelerating me more than the accumulated gravity, if you know what I mean. It does it seems like based on landing on the ground, resetting it, that it is related to gravity. It just feels like maybe the gravity like boosts up when you grab the teleporter or something. All right, flamethrower is now off. Let's go. Like, there's a turbine here, but do I even need it? I do not need it. Come on, let me through. Nice. Slime gun ammo. What I would really like is HP, but you know. Oh, another save point. Uh-oh. Might be a bad spot to save. Okay. At least I don't think I instantly took damage from the enemy after the save. Okay, I should save again now that there isn't an enemy on me. The fact that the save, like, auto-activates when your, like, hitbox touches it is... You probably should make, like, a button interact or something. And a button interact that if there's an enemy within a certain radius of the player, they can't click or something like that, just to prevent situations like that from happening. Oh. I see a spot I can cheese. I don't even think I needed to do all that, but... Oh, there's a turbine down here. Oh, still took damage, but we got around the spikes. Whoa, he's so fast. I don't know if that's like a bug on the web build or something, but that guy is unbelievably fast. Okay. Press E to activate. Turns off the turbines. Yeah, nice. Okay. Okay. All right. I love the teleporter. Oh my goodness. You guys want to bump off? Oh, and I'm out of there. Oh, okay. Not quite out of there. Took a lot of damage. That's unfortunate. Bro got jumped. Yeah, that's something I would consider rethinking a little bit. It's like, I like the idea of like suddenly enemies drop because you've entered a new area, but instantly surrounding the player when it feels like there's really no way to avoid damage is pretty rough. Also, is there any way to look down, or is that just a blind jump onto an enemy? That might just be a blind jump onto an enemy. Oh, this is where I was trying to cheese it before. I mean, I could probably cheese it now, right? There is a maximum height on the cheese because you have to touch the ground again. But... Okay. This is the Shrine of the Golden Monkey. It's a Mario block. Find the 3 missing pieces of the statue to activate the Echo Mountain Shield of Protection. Okay. I have 1 statue piece so far. Okay. We got another revive. That's nice. What? Did I just take damage? Okay. Well, I'm not going that way then. Alright. Just gonna shoot randomly to try to beat this enemy that is so fast, okay? Nice, okay. Alright, alright. I just need to teleport it through. Nice. Kind of trap myself in here though. Alright, needing a teleport around to safety is very satisfying. Okay, that was sick. Okay, the blind, needing to do a blind is a little rough. Okay. Nice. Hey, full HP. We take those. Alright. Let's go. You guys stop dodging my shots? I don't want to engage with you properly. Alright. Take these out from a distance. Nice. Okay. Oh, okay. Nice. Flamethrower canister. Ah! My mouse isn't locked to the screen, so I just right-click off screen while trying to teleport her away. So that's something worth doing, I think. Making sure you lock the mouse to the gameplay. That's a small issue to fix, though. Not a huge deal. Okay. Whoa, hold on. How'd I do that? Interesting. Nice, and we're through. Don't shoot me. Okay, got so much to live for. Save point. Let's go. Saving current progress is huge because we have a lot of current progress. I found the statue's feet. One more piece to go. When I found the earlier piece, I sort of forgot that that was the conceit of the game. Oh, I see what you have done to me there. Ah! Oh, he explodes when he dies. Mother trucker. Okay. Did I take damage? Really? The flame hit me there? Might want to make the hitbox on the flame spitter a little bit more readable. I like the particle effect on it, but because the flames are very particle-y, it's hard to tell exactly where the hitbox board is. Oops. I'm just like bleeding health here. Nice. And we're up. Alright, see you later, lizard man. Alright, we're through. We're in. Okay, this is where I started from. That's how I got in here. Okay, so we have the arms and the feet. So now we just need the statue's head. How do we get the statue's head? Wait, didn't I take damage when I jumped down here? No. Okay. It looks like maybe it didn't deal damage to me. Just tell me. If that deals damage to you, you might want to fix that. But perhaps, where do I need to go? Where do I go? Send help. Is the background is parallaxing vertically? Huh. The vertical parallax in the background looks a little strange. I don't know why. I think maybe when I unlock the turbine up here, I did not solve what I was supposed to do with the turbine up here. So that's my next best guess. I need to... I mean, this feels like what I'm supposed to do. But... Oh, okay. I see. I shoot it, land in the turbine to get the... to reset my gravity. So in here, into the turbine, reset gravity, grab the wall. Got it. Oh, revive? Okay. I don't know what killed me, but sure. I got invincibility. Okay. I assume that lasts for like a certain amount of time. Okay, if you guys want to jump down there, I'm fine with it. Oh, aura. Let me take that. My invincibility ended. I didn't trust the invincibility for even 1 second because there was no real timer indicating when it would end. So I didn't want to risk like playing aggressively and then the timer giving up on me. Do I need to kill all those enemies to open the door? But then they ran down the hole. So now I need to do this whole like get up here thing again because I need to go down there to kill them. Where'd they even go? Oh, he went here. Give the enemies fall damage. Would actually be a good solution for this. That way, if you fall from here, you don't have to, if the enemies fall through here, they just die. Oh my gosh. Accidentally went off screen. This jump is very finicky. Okay, 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 we're through. Right, that way if they run into this hole, they'll just like die from the fall damage and I don't have to chase them down there. But, it might be just better in general to make the enemy smart enough to not run down the hole. Or at least try to avoid it. Probably make them try to avoid going that hole and then also take fall damage would be the ideal solution. I don't trust this gap at all, so I don't want to go find out what's down there. Nice, okay. Oh, did I hit a landmine that I couldn't see because I teleported onto it? Is that what killed me the first time? Okay. Oops. Nice. Nice. Maybe adding a delay to those landmines. Yes, yes, yes. I think that would be really good. I think making the landmines have like, oh, you tripped me, I'm gonna explode soon, would be good. And then also, in general, it's just a little bit rough that the landmine showed up like when I was trying to jump up to it from the teleporter on an already finicky jump. Oh, nice. Making those guys drop a health refill is nice. I appreciate that. Okay. Motherfucker. Did a pretty good job fighting those guys, but still got hit with one errant grenade. Yeah, in general, you also might want to give the enemies a way to deal with the wall camping. It feels like the dominant strat. And because the game is pretty punishing. Oh, did I just drop a bunch of bombs on those enemies? Oh, and I can recharge my health. Okay, I like that. But I've depleted the charger. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. A nice little area to find a way to drop bombs on all those enemies feels are very good. I support that design 100%. A small beep, 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 then boom. Yeah, with like a nice area. And then also, it just leads to the same look-ahead issue we've seen a couple times, where it's like, if I can't see what's gonna mess me up, then it doesn't really feel like it's my fault when I take damage from it. Okay. Like that, I kind of just stood there and got grenaded. Oh. So that was my fault. But then when I jumped back up there to try to get a vision on what was happening, and then a reptile guy came flying in at me that I didn't have, like, you know, the possible reaction time to deal with, that's where it loses me a little bit. But okay, let's save the current progress now that we have all of the shrine pieces, and we have a revive, so we're in good condition right now. Nice, got him. Oh, oops. Clicked off screen again. Almost launched Hollow Knight. Okay. Okay. Baby strat down the wall just to make sure I don't, like, fall on top of an enemy's head, you know? Ah, and I know where I am. Final piece of the statue. Okay. The animation there looks sick, but might be a little long. The Echo Mountain Shield of Protection now seals the firmament from the Terra Nubian invasion. Earth is safe from the alien armadas distant from the sky for now. Our battle isn't won yet, however. The sky is an only means of incursion for the Terra Nubian army. Into the lava, baby. The parallaxing on the background layers feels off. What is it? What is it? It follows me directly instead of parallaxing vertically. It's like this is following directly when it should be following slower. Like the background layer shouldn't be moving up at full speed like that. It makes it just feel wrong. Can I shoot that to pick it up? No? All right. Well, that aura is lost to the lava. Okay. Good to know that that guy explodes. Is this a chance to use like a grenade or something? Nope. All right. I'm going back to my blaster. Nice. Also feels fast horizontally. Yeah, you could tune it down to be even slower horizontally, but you just definitely don't want it to have to follow one-to-one vertically. It just feels incorrect. Nice. Okay. I forgot that he explodes when he dies. Brutal. But we got some healing. I'll take that. Aha! You thought you could hide secrets from me? Not today. Okay, baby strat down the wall. Gives us a great vantage on that guy. Uh-oh. This is why we baby strat. The camera isn't even following me down here. Okay. Ooh, another revive. Oh. For some reason, I really thought that guy was going to explode. Oh, he breathes fire. I like that. I like that it's an enemy using one of the, like, level hazard mechanics, so we've already learned how to deal with it. Why is this guy so fast, bro? That's crazy. Oh, this is the other way. This game with momentum would definitely feel really nice. Yeah, there is definitely... There's a little bit of momentum. There's, like, some turnaround to it, but... Okay. Do I need to jump off of this? Nope. Ah! Oh! Well, okay, I jumped to try to, like, give that time to... I jumped to try to give that time for the grenade to explode, but... Hit my question mark block. The enemies ahead are bolstered by an energy tower. Energy towers increase an enemy's speed, resilience, and attack strength. Makes them immune to fire damage, including fire squeak. When the enemy tower is destroyed, the enemies go back to normal. Enemies will go green when the... Okay. I don't remember how to fire squeak. Fire squeak is Q while airborne. Okay. I guess I'll try that. Alright, so if these enemies are stronger, can I just throw some grenades at them? Huh? Consider. Oops. Didn't mean to hit the block. Oops. Okay. Okay. Hate the grenade launcher. Scatter shot. What's that do? Oh, alright. We're scatter shotting. Okay. Alright. Had to use my revive, but at least we survived. Okay. So I think there's definitely a little bit of a concern with like the overwhelming nature of having all those enemies on screen at once. It does not feel manageable. And I feel like the game hasn't really taught me how to manage that many enemies at once. So I might consider being a little bit more what's the word? A little bit more for when you intentional. Being a little more intentional with the design there, so that there's like a clear idea for how you want the player to approach this issue, right? For me, it was like I need to deal with the energy tower, so I went in there, and then it was a complete like chaos, ordeal, explosions, etc., etc. You know, yeah. And Clack has a good point in chat, especially when introducing a new mechanic. I don't really know how energy towers work yet, and I read that, but it didn't help me that much. It just felt like a total mess. So it's something worth considering, is being a little bit more intentional with how you want the player to approach each challenge, and then giving the player options to approach challenges differently in case they don't want to like do exactly like what you intended, but just something that feels a little more intentional. I love this effect on the lava in the background, and also one thing I want to call out is I think the tile set here is very nice. It's like you aren't drawing attention away from the main gameplay areas by having unnecessary details on the tiles here. It's just a solid color, which you could add like a little texture to it. But in the previous areas, there was like a lot of stone in the walls. Okay, I can't see it again, but there were like lots of stones, and so it was very busy in the tile set. But now the tile set is not nearly as busy. However, it does look like the tile set's supposed to have some like forced perspective. It feels like I'm supposed to be walking on this right here, you know? And then I should be behind this stone. I feel like that would give it a nice sense of depth. But instead I'm standing on the purple, which doesn't feel like where I'm supposed to be standing. It feels like you have some really nice perspective here that's not getting used. And then the perspective on this slope would look nice, especially if you went a little bit deeper. But instead I'm standing both on the inner part of the tile set and the gray here. So you did a good job with this tile set. I think it's just like the physics for the tile set aren't like where they should be. And then also having some foreground elements that the player passes behind would also add like a nice sense of depth to the visuals. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? He just shows up, he has a gun. I mean, I guess I could like teleport her over his head or something, but okay, I didn't mean to save, but I can only back away so much. I have another revive though, so that's good. The teleporter does not shoot directly at... doesn't shoot the same way the Buster does. Okay. Okay, this is like the most egregious example of the blind jumps, where it's like you only get one chance on the spring, basically, because of how blind the jump is. It's really hard to land on the spring again to give yourself a chance to like analyze the situation and make the jump carefully. Okay. Uh-oh, he's got a gun. swing. Focus a little more on dodging than actually aiming, so I think I missed a lot of shots there, but we got through. Boom. Okay. Ow! I feel like having stationary camera spots would be nice. Yeah, I think one of the big criticisms that I would have for this game, one of the things you can definitely work on, I think I was supposed to run along that as it exploded instead of jumping off of it. So did I cook myself? No, okay. But I cooked myself by getting close to this enemy. Hate that guy. Okay. One thing that would definitely help this game a lot is improved camera. Like you definitely need look ahead. Like right now your camera is instead like look behind, which is like the opposite of what you want. And then also having some camera zones where it's like the camera locks in on the fight that you're a part of would be great. I should just teleport through that. No way you ever shoot me. Not possible. Give me the aura. I didn't even get the aura. I took the damage. I didn't get the aura. Yo, give me the aura. Yo, what is the pickup? What is my pickup hitbox? Come on. Okay. We got there. Nice. Okay. Baby strands through here. All right. Ah! Nice. Okay. Now I need to like teleport her up onto that spring. I almost got it. Oh, we got it. Nice. That felt good. What's over here? Is this the path I'm supposed to go? Or did I find a secret? Oh, there's like a whole stash. I want the stash. How to get to the stash. This is gonna explode when I start walking on it. Ow. Oh, he's gonna explode? Alright, you fall to your death. Oh, sure, I'll take a save. Come on. Oh, it's not a wall. Okay. I feel like I missed the stash, but what are you gonna do? The stash has been missed. Nice. I like the added time pressure on teleporting through those. Because before, the teleporter was like, it's like too good. The teleporter is so good that I can just like take my time, get through those, no risk. But adding the time pressure means I do have to like hit the shot, you know? Okay. Nice. Gonna explode. That's another perspective issue. Look how I'm standing on the very edge of that bridge instead of in the middle of it. Just making sure the collision boxes line up properly. Make sure the collision boxes line up so that you're standing really... Like here, instead of standing in this nice perspective that you've lined out, I'm standing on the very edge of the tiles. Oh, these are the tiles I was talking about earlier, where you can see they're quite busy with the stones. The other one had a very flat color to it, but because of that, it was a lot less visually busy. And I think having these like little like pockets of lava and the little like device on the tiles here looks really nice, but you could probably tone down the amount of stone here and it would have overall a better feeling. Good game art is just as much about what you don't show as what you do show. I completely bungled that sentence. I'm gonna say it again. Good game art is just as much about what you don't show as what you do show. There we go. That's how I would say it if I had a brain and could talk properly. I think this is the way I'm supposed to go. Nice. Don't lightsaber me. Okay. Oh. There could be some good stuff in there. Oh, no, not today. Yo, okay, that was awesome. A revive and some ammo I'm never going to use. We love to see it. Okay, and then I think the platform is like right here. Yeah. Okay, that was awesome. This was so well done. Letting me see the sweet payload I can get to if I do like some awesome execution on teleporting around this obstacle and then hitting it. That was great. This kind of level design is what this game I think needs like a ton more of. Like this felt really good. Ah, no! Oh, dodged. Get owned. I've collected your aura. Mine now. Gosh, this like multi-directional aiming animation is so clean. It is crazy how clean this animation is. This looks so good. Okay. Alright, we made it, no problem. Not even close. Wasn't even concerned. That's honestly good advice in general. A lot of artists struggle with over-designed backgrounds. Good to know, good to know. I guess it's not just good game art. I guess maybe it's just, in general, good art is just as much about what you don't show as what you do. Ah. Nice. It's like, for example, these parallaxing layers, I don't know if it was by necessity or like was a thoughtful design choice, but they're very simple, and I think that can work well. The issue with having these simple background layers is behind the simple background layers are these heavily detailed mountains and clouds. And that's why they kind of stand out as being under-detailed, is because the layers behind them are more detailed. You want the detail to fade out as you get further away. Like these big mountains should be like colorless, blurred out blobs, and these closer mountains should be the ones with the nicer detail. That way it feels like you're losing detail as you get into the distance. But right now, the less detail, it's like you get more and more detailed as you go back. It's like these are just like shaped colors. Then you get some like windows and houses and other details, and then you get fully rendered mountains and clouds. So that's one thing you'll definitely want to think about is like make sure the detail gets less present as you get further into the background instead of more present. But with even that being said, I think that the background looks pretty nice. Oops, wrong button. I keep doing that. I know there's a secret up here. All right, well, maybe I didn't know anything. Maybe I don't know nothing, huh? A detail sandwich. You know, I really thought this game was going to be over when I got the statue. And then when the portal opened, I thought it was going to take me to like a boss fight. Because when the wall was exploding in the background, I was like, this is leading up to a sick boss fight, and I was excited for it. And then there wasn't a boss fight, and I was disappointed. Then the portal showed up, and I was excited again for a boss fight. And then it was just another level. So that I've really been on quite a journey. Nope, nope. Let's go. If I just hit my shots on that guy, things would be much different, but... Dude, this guy is so fast. Every time I see that guy, my only commentary is, wow, he's fast. Oh, I see what I need to do. Is that going to come back? Okay, it does. Well, this is an interesting challenge. Okay, messed it up. I'll try again. I need to send my teleporter on the journey and wait for the proper time to teleport. Okay, that's not correct. Try again. Nope. Not yet. Nope. The game has some sick concepts with the teleporter. Yeah, the teleporter is awesome. Oh, shit. Well. A piece of advice for this bit of level design, rather than having one, like, what is this? Like, this is like an upside down shell or something that goes through the lava. Oh, by the way, this lava animation is so nice. I don't think I commented on it, but I love this lava animation. Rather than having one shell here. Let's go. Mother trucker, I thought I was supposed to follow it down. I guess it makes sense that I should jump to here. But rather than having one shell that falls and then resets, have like a little shell spawner where they constantly come out in a set pattern so that if you fail, you can try again immediately rather than needing to wait for the reset. That's just like a small difference, and it'll make it feel a little bit less video gamey. Instead of waiting for it to despawn so it shows up again and being like extremely, this is a video game, you can have like some kind of like little opening that the shells are coming out of, so it just feels like a nonstop cascade of shells coming through that. It's still very video gamey, but it adds just a little bit more realism, while also a little bit more fluidity to the gameplay because I don't have to wait for the respawn. The jump there is kind of necessary. Yeah, that's true. You could just have me land on the next one, especially because there's no clear indication of where the bottomless pit is. One thing you could do to make that way clearer and feel fairer is some kind of lighting effect or other effect, like here, that makes it clear that this is a hole. Like imagine there's like a little bit of light coming up or something, or even like a red light or, you know, green or just something here that shows that this is a pit that deals damage. Because there was another pit in the first level where I jumped in and took damage and got reset, and I was like, I didn't even realize that was an endless pit. So it's like making sure there's a clear distinction between pits you can fall into and pits you are not allowed to fall into would be really nice. Okay. For background tiles, think about softer outlines, lower contrast, and don't be afraid of limiting details. Yes, I think that's great advice. It's like when you look at the details right now, the thing that's drawing the most attention with like bright shining details that are contrasting against the background are all these stones, right? And you don't really want the attention to be being drawn to these stones. And I mean the flashing health bar, but that's just a flashing health bar, right? And then also similarly on the other platforms, like the perspective, I should be walking along this this middle platform here. Yeah, here's the comparison right next to each other. Look how nice, like when I'm in here, the focus is on this main gameplay layer because the background details are nice and contrasty in this hallway, and it's not drawing too much attention to the rest of it. Now, it's a little flat. You could add a little texture to it, but it doesn't need too much. Compare that to this one, where it's like this one is heavily detailed with all the stone, and it feels very busy. It's like, imagine just having like these like lava protrusions, a little bit of the texture, and like this nice like device attached to this wall, especially with how this has like this underlight that looks like there's lava coming from underneath it. Having the little bits of lava pop through the tile set there would make it feel like the underlight here is coming from the lava inside of the wall. And it would overall make this tile set feel really sick. Then if I was properly placed on the perspective of this tile set and moving behind this rock, this background would feel incredible. Nice. All right, save. Is it a boss fight? Beware of falling rocks. All right. Those rocks are falling quite slowly and in straight lines. This is another area where the camera could help you out a lot. Okay, so I'm running over here to hide, but it doesn't get blocked by the terrain. Because here, the camera should be looking above me. There should be a lot of vertical look ahead so that I can properly deal with the falling rocks. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. I don't want to ascend because I don't have enough vertical motion above my head to... Oh, I can shoot the falling rocks. Okay. I was like, I don't see how I could possibly like deal with the falling rocks while on the moving platform. It's become asteroids. It didn't even occur to me for 1 second to try to shoot the falling rock. And if you even had like a tutorial sign to warn me about the rocks, that would be a great place to say like, you know, that I can shoot them. I don't know how you would want to phrase that to make it not... My bullets get stopped by the terrain, but the rocks don't. That's something. Okay. Can I? I don't think I can land here because the spikes... So I'm actually safer when I'm not under... That's very counterintuitive. Because my bullets get blocked by the terrain, I'm safer where there's more space overhead for my bullets to hit the rocks before they get to me. That's... Yeah, this is a spot where the perspective is messing you up pretty bad because the spikes are on the layer that I'm walking on, but they should be. But because they're on that layer, they look very weird. But I think I can do the Path of Pain-esque. Okay. Not very much space to shoot the rocks above my head. Okay, well, I was trying to land on that, but it didn't quite work. Okay. Nice. We got another revive, though, so I'll take that. Any day of the week, I'll take that. Nope. Oh, okay, jumped into the rock. There's too much going on my screen. Mother. Okay. I have to, the invisible jump, or the blind jumps. Okay. There are a lot of issues compounding on each other at the same time right now to make this part very frustrating. Okay. Alright. You know, I knew that's what a fire spawner looked like, but for some reason I thought it was deactivated. Do I just jump across? I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think you do have the potential for really sick combat on your hands with like using the teleporter to get out of danger and stuff. But you can see just how frustrating that fight became because of the gravity bug, where it's like I couldn't like properly maneuver through the air the way I was trying to because I was losing all my momentum, which like is impossible to control. There was just not enough speed to control what I was trying to do there. And then a lot of the enemy attacks come out with like very little warning and very little windup. Ugh. Did I just launch the Mega Man X Legacy Collection? Because if the Mega Man X Legacy Collection shows up on my computer, it's because I accidentally just launched it because the mouse wasn't confined to the screen. Yeah. Did I not kill that thing? Okay, there we go. That's not the button. This is the button. Lava draining system initialized. Let's go. Alright. Slime gun? Don't know what this does. Is that my slime? I have no idea. Yeah, okay, this feels no better than my regular buster. Okay. A save point would be amazing, but yeah, those ambushes are Did I accidentally, like, I think I might have like skipped over the ambush trigger by jumping so far. But the only reason I jumped like that is because earlier I got punished for not jumping off of the little platform, right? I fell down and took damage and spawned. So when it was going over the ledge, the game taught me you need to jump, right? And there have been so many blind jumps where I just needed to jump, double jump, dash, and teleport to make the distance. And I don't think I ever needed to do all of them, but I needed to do several of them, right? So the fact that I got to that fall and I jumped across because I was like, the game has conditioned me into thinking I need to do this jump all the way across right now. Which I think skipped the trigger or something. Oh, John Watson. This is your game. Hey, thanks for submitting. Yeah, just beat it. I need to check the VOD. Yeah. I feel like you start with your full kit here and you'll gain these things progressively in the full game. Yeah, I think that would help a lot. Not having access to everything at once and actually making me learn how the different abilities work and the different guns work so that I can like put it all together would be great. Yeah. And then, yeah, so I think I skipped over the trigger for the ambush on that like final tower, or there just aren't enemies there. One thing that I want to say before I forget about it, because it was on my mind a little bit. Let me turn off the audio. One thing I noticed was, with the animations, there are some super clean animations. Like I love this idle. And then like when he's shooting, like this motion feels really good. And like the way he shoots while he's in the air always like feels very accurate. Like that all feels really good. And then the little spin in the air is pretty nice too. But one thing is like this dash animation, you see how big his arms get and like his head even gets larger. It's like there's like a lack of the conservation of mass on the dash animation, which makes him feel like he gets huge during that animation. If you compare his size in that animation to when he's like just standing there, it feels like he gets gigantic. And you can cheat a little bit with the conservation of mass because there is perspective, right? If his arm is getting closer to the screen, it's going to look bigger. But even his back arm, the one that's pointing away, it looks like it gets larger during this dash animation. So that's just something that I noticed that like I kept every time I dash, I was like, whoa, I just got massive. So, yeah, I guess I don't mean the animation during the dash. I mean when he sticks out his arms at the end of it, like that little almost like T-pose at the end. Is that the fall animation? It's like normally I fall while spinning, so it's like I only trigger that outside of the dash. Yeah, so I guess the dash to fall animation. Yeah, he never triggers that while he's just jumping, so he only does that after the dash. Yeah, that animation or that frame, it looks like he just gets huge. And every time I would dash, I would be like, wow, I just got so massive for a second there. But the rest of the animations are all very clean. That's just if you drop from a wall climb. Ah, I see. Okay. Right. If like you can see it very clearly there. If I go from the wall climbing, where it's like, look at the size of my arm and my buster and my head, and then fall, look how huge they get. Yeah, and you can cheat it a little bit because of perspective, but maybe also the running animation is like a little bit, like his head looks a little bit smaller and his arms look just a little bit smaller than the running animation. And then the falling animation after the dash, he looks so huge. So I guess it's just the difference between those two. But yeah, these Temple-esque tiles are like a really great example of the middle ground where they have some cracks and some detailing, but they're not overwhelming with detail like the stone. So these Temple-esque tiles really get that point across. And then you have the little details that stand out like this like alien thing attached to it. So that's why these work really, really well. But yeah, so let's do some detailed feedback. I think the character controls feel really nice. The wall grab is a little sticky. Like sometimes you get kind of stuck to the wall in a way you don't want to. And this here where I baby strategied down the wall, where it's like, you know, very safely go down the wall so that you can shoot while staying safe the whole time. That like animation combo feels a little bit off. So you might want to like have like a slow fall animation that happens when you're doing that. It could even be a different state. Making a few frames in your animation set larger than the rest. Who would ever make that mistake? Vari said that because she also made that mistake. Yeah, I think. Oh, I only just noticed the line thickness on these assets is much bigger than the line thickness on the enemy and the tile sets and stuff. So similar to the line thickness in the background. But that's fine. That's fine. That's just a small thing I just noticed. And a little line thickness difference isn't the end of the world. But I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that you drew this at like a smaller size and then scaled it up to fit the background. But anyway, what I was talking about is the controls. And I think the controls feel pretty good. I love the teleporter. The only issue with the teleporter is, like I said, the like extreme gravity when you use it twice in a row. That makes it really hard to use in combat effectively. And a lot of the combat is very either you run away from an enemy and shoot them as you run away because you're not in any real danger, or it's an ambush where it's like completely like non-parsable. You just where you just can't tell what's happening and you're suddenly jumped by like 100 enemies at once and you've got to just like button mash and hope for the best. I think you could do for a little bit more intentional design, both with the enemy placements and how the ambushes happen. Like, what do you expect the player to do? Like, there's an ambush when I go in here to get these crates, right? Yeah, they appear. And it's like, this one, the first time it happened to me, because I wasn't ready for it, I kind of was already jumping up here, and then the enemy got too close to me and I got shocked, and that's fine enough. But like when, 5 enemies all spawn around me, what do you expect the player to do in that situation? Like, how are they supposed to get out of it? And did you give them enough time to actually react to it? I feel like a lot of times the ambushes happened and the enemies were in an actionable state moments after the ambush occurred, right? The enemies would spawn on screen and immediately start attacking me. There was like no pause on it whatsoever. And so that would be something that would be good, I think, is when the ambush occurs, have the enemies spawn in, but they're not immediately actionable. And if they weren't immediately actionable, make it last a little longer so that the player has a chance to understand the situation they're in, parse the different enemies that are on screen, and formulate a quick game plan. Additionally, I think it's something that you mentioned that like this is just the current like prototyping demo build and it won't work this way. There'll be like proper tutorials and stuff. But like I never got a good chance to learn how the different weapons worked. And also this weapon select screen, because the game is still like happening in the background, the effect looks really cool. But it made me like not want to switch weapons in combat because I would always get stuck in this screen and then there'd be something flying at me and then, the fight resumes afterwards. So this effect looks sick. I wonder if it would be cool to have this effect happen for like a couple seconds after activating, but then the game pauses so I can like actually pick something. Because the game is still running, I still want to like swap quickly, and it just makes me not want to swap in combat at all. Which, as you can probably tell, like when you go back and watch the VOD of me playing through this, and for the people who did watch me play through this, you can probably tell I didn't want to switch the weapon at all. I want to do Mega Buster only, basically. So I think doing intentional design for both how you want the player to react when all the different enemies spawn, and for each individual enemy, like what are you expecting the player to do while fighting that enemy? Like this guy, clearly the idea is I run away from him and shoot at him while I'm running away. And if he ever gets overhead, I need to like move to the side, but that causes him to be a very like static enemy, right? And a lot of the flying enemies have that same basic thing. The idea is you run away and shoot while you run away. And if they get too close, it's bad. That one is bad if he gets directly overhead. You have the one that drops bombs. That's also bad if he gets directly overhead. You have the like lightning guy who's bad if he gets too close, not directly overhead. I think all of those things, like this is the guy that like you don't want him to get too close because he does the lightning shock. He also has like a projectile as well, but this guy you don't want him to get overhead because he drops bombs, so it's run away and shoot. And I think like having some enemies that like do a dash attack that you need to like be ready and dodge, or rather than going overhead and dropping something, they have like different play patterns, and it's very clear from the player's perspective what I need to do other than run away and shoot. That way, when you combine multiple enemies together, I have like multiple objectives. Like when you spawn multiple of these flying enemies at the same time, then they all do the same thing where I need to run away from them and shoot. So there isn't like super interesting decision making. It's get away from all of them and shoot. But if one of them has like a dash attack that I need to be ready to dodge and the other one's coming at me, then suddenly I'm like, I need to keep distance and shoot at this one while also being ready to dodge the dash attacker. And then you spawn like a melee sword guy who's like readying his attack. So it's like I watch for the dash attack, dodge it, and then get out of the way of the sword attack so that there's like multiple things that need to happen at once for me to survive. And you don't need to go so overboard on how many enemies spawn. A lot of those ambushes felt like it was way too many enemies at once. The ambush is already tough to deal with. It'll be a lot more satisfying if instead of being like just a total chaos fest as soon as they spawn, if instead it's like a couple enemies and I can like actually deal with them. I think that's the thing that makes the combat satisfying, is when you actually are able to deal with all the enemies ambushing at once, rather than like just a mad dash. Now, having an ambush where it's like 12 enemies and you just need to get out of there and it's like total chaos can be fun, because if it breaks the precedent of fights that you're actually supposed to be able to deal with. But did you ever figure out the flamethrower and firebomb behaviors? No, I never even pressed Fire Squeak. I read it, I went and checked it, and then forgot about it. But that's to be expected. There's a little bit of a tutorial overload going on where there's a lot of different weapons that all have their own abilities and different button to do Fire Squeak. And I also have my teleporter in combat. And it's like, because I didn't get to experiment with all of those different abilities during combat, like one at a time, like on my own time, I wasn't able to use all of them appropriately when the time came for it. So, I never even tried out. Okay, this wheel is a little bit tough to use. Ricochet. Ricochet, I'm guessing, is just a bullet bounces. Okay, that's cool. Firebomb. Shoots fire. Okay. Slime gun and scatter shot I both used. Yeah, okay. And I used the grenade launcher as well. The weapon design reminds me of Fractal Cube World, which is the worst designed good game. Yeah, I think dash attacks just need some wind up so the player can react. Yeah, and I think one thing that your enemy designs definitely need is more wind up so I can properly react to what's going on. Like that guy is so fast. And like the idea is he freezes before he does that attack. But you can see, even though he stops moving, it's only barely enough time to react to it. And so you definitely want to have some like different dichotomies, but like you want to, what's the word? A spectrum. Some enemies are fast and hard to dodge, but like, are easier to deal with. And some enemies are slower, but stronger. It's like, this guy has his like big, like, look how fast that attack comes out once he starts it. If you let him get close to you, there's like no dodging that. It's like, if instead, imagine he lifts up the sword and then does the dash attack with it. That way you actually do have a chance to deal with it. Also, that guy, I feel like you can make the gunner enemy be able to punish the like camping baby strats by giving him the same multi-directional aim that you gave the player. Now, I think making him have all of these different like aiming angles like the player would be a lot of animation work. So I'm not necessarily suggesting you do all that extra animation work, but giving him the ability to shoot, even with just like a little bit of extra aiming, or throwing a grenade or something, like giving him some ability to hurt the player when they're like wall camping and stuff would be great. And then also making sure all the weapons have like distinct personalities. It's like the slime gun shoots slime, but it's so similar to my buster that like using it feels very silly. Similarly, the flamethrower, I just tried it. What is it? The firebomb? This like creates a fire, which is clearly has some like use case, but like, and it looks cool, but it would be nice if there were places where I could literally like burn down the wall, you know? Scatter shot is the one that has the most obvious like use case. Like this is awesome. But this also does have the problem where you have like a limited amount of ammo. So using the ammo always feels like, oh, what if I need it for something later? Yeah, also this right here, this situation where you have a blood gate, right? You have a blood gate on these walls. I need to defeat all the enemies before I can get through here. But one of the enemies fell down a hole and is over here blocking progression, and it's not obvious that that's what's happening. Like he went all the way down here to stop me from going in that door. That's something that you definitely want to figure out a solution for. Because needing to go find that enemy to hunt him down for these blood gates is like is something that you would ideally avoid. If they get too far away from the blood gate, you could even specifically put a trigger where it's like this blood gate goes away once all the enemies are defeated, or if they've crossed like this threshold, you know, if they've passed through here, they no longer qualify for the blood gate or they count as dead. There was another area where that happened in my first run, so it is a pretty common occurrence. It's something that you want to keep in mind. Get out of there. Yeah, like here, there's a lot of enemies down there. But ultimately, the strategy is just to run away like a baby. There's like no reason to actually engage with those enemies. You know what I mean? This is what I should be doing. And so you should figure out some design that lets you avoid this being the dominant strategy, because that's not particularly fun. But you know, if you let players optimize the fun out of a game, they will. And the safest strategy there for me is to do that. So that's one thing I would definitely consider. Too bad you're out of Firebomb. You could use it to good effect here. But what I mean is, even if I had Firebomb, right? If I walk here and I'm like, oh, I could arc my shots down with Firebomb, it's not any more effective than just doing this. So why would I waste my Firebomb ammo? You know? It's like I can defeat all these enemies by doing this, so there's no reason to use the Firebomb. It's like even if the Firebomb is better at taking out these enemies, it doesn't help me at all. So I might as well keep my ammo, right? I might as well hold on to my Firebomb ammo in case it is better. Is it more useful somewhere else? Or I need it to like burn something or something, right? It's like the enemies can't reach me, so I can just do this and it's all good. You can kill multiple enemies with one Firebomb, right? But I don't need to. You know what I mean? It's like this works. This is just as good. In fact, this is a better solution because I don't waste my Firebomb ammo. This is the optimal strategy for me right here. I run away to kill the flying enemies before they become any threat. Then I kill the enemy here so he can't shoot at me. Then I take out these enemies while they can't harm me. It's like it's a completely safe, no danger strategy, and it's also a boring way to interact with the game. What you should do is force a situation where I have to deal with the enemies. But there are too many enemies down here for me to want to do it a fun way. Like jumping down here while there are all those enemies feels akin to suicide, right? It feels like I'm just ending myself by jumping down here. So rather than doing that, I play it the safe way. And then since I'm already playing it the safe way, there's no need to waste my ammo. I can just shoot. It's totally fine. So what you need to figure out, I think, game design wise, is how do you encourage the player to jump down here and get in the action? How do you get them to play the game the fun way? Lyra says, I think the point is you need to balance your weapons so they're unique in different situations. Yes. It's like right now, my Mega Buster accomplishes the goal that the Firebomb accomplishes as well, right? It's like if there are a lot of enemies and I'm in danger, switching to Scattershot is great because I can hit multiple enemies at once, right? So this has a use case that's very obvious to me. There's a lot of enemies on screen. I'm overwhelmed. Bust out the Scattershot. But any situation right now where I would want to use the Firebomb, I can just use my Mega Buster instead. So that's one thing I think would really help with the weapon design, is figuring out the different use cases where you want to use those different weapons. I activated the turbine, right? Yeah, I did. Oh, okay. Thank you, chat, for responding. I was away for a bit. Right. Lyra was away. Couldn't do the mod management stuff as usual. Like that she usually does, I mean. Yeah, this jump is also very finicky, especially with the added like gravity issue. That's something that I think definitely needs a solution. That gravity problem. So we already talked about a lot of this that you can review in the VOD, but like these mines having no wind up or countdown makes them like feel a little bit unfair on the player's perspective. But yeah, I love these sentry bots because the way I interact with those is very clear. I dodge their shots and shoot back. I think that's great. I think the sentries are fantastic. I feel like you could even have mobile sentries that have that same design that would work well with other enemies. Oh man, now I need to go down there and kill that guy because I'm blood gated again, aren't I? Yep, take this guy out. Yeah, see, it happened again where I'm blood gated. Oh, I can finally see what Fire Squeak does. I'm blood gated here because the enemy fell down. Okay, so jump down here and let's Fire Squeak. Where did he go? Here he is. Seems like maybe that sets every enemy on screen on fire, maybe? Oh. Nice, okay, made it. Yeah, so it's like, I think the game has like a lot of really good stuff going on. I think controlling the game feels great and shooting at enemies feels good. Like a lot of the times, like the upgraded shots are great and all, but like the default blaster feels awesome and controlling it feels great. And the teleporter is such a cool ability. I feel like you should honestly really think about designing combat around how to use the teleporter in like really clever ways. Like imagine there's a boss here, right? And the boss has like these giant laser attacks where he like readies the attack for a while and like you have to be directly under him to shoot him, right? Because he like has like some wall appendages blocking the shots. So you're shooting up and then you throw the teleporter to the side so that once the laser comes out, you can quickly get out of the way. Or like he has like a multi-part swing where you need to like jump over the first part and then teleporter to dodge the second part. Like stuff like that I think would be really fun. I feel like if I was fighting bosses like that in this game, I would have been like losing my mind at how sick it was, you know? So I think you should really think about like, what do you want to do to make the game feel as sick as possible? You're the first playtester who didn't like the gravity conservation with the teleporter. Oh, that is shocking to me because this feels terrible. That is like, I really hate this. It's like the gravity conservation. It's like, I don't understand it. It's like impossible for me to use this in the air in a way that like feels good. Even with, this right here, even just trying to do this jump with the gravity conservation, like look at that. That's, it's like, I need to launch from the, I need to launch from the turbine so I don't lose my speed there, which just feels, it's like, it's so unintuitive to me. I really dislike it. But it's interesting to me that other playtesters didn't dislike it. Oh yeah, this mine right here. It's like, I think this mine is like nice, but it would be good if, it was more of like a reaction test rather than a sight test where it's like, I get up here and then it like clicks and I hear it and then I need to like dash to the side before it goes off. I think in general, just being a little bit more player oriented with what's going on. Yeah, it's like this right here is not the most interesting gameplay pattern, but like it's totally effective, right? There's nothing stopping me from doing that. So I think figuring out how to make your enemies engage the player more than just like hanging on a wall and shooting safely would be great. It's like when I actually get in there and do the fighting, it's interesting to me. These like turret enemies, the turret enemies that stay stationary are one of my favorite enemies to fight because I can't lure them to me as I shoot. They're very honest. I need to be in range to shoot them and they can shoot me back. So I have to dodge the shots. And even that little action of needing to dodge the shots really improves the feeling of those enemies. Oh, okay. Ow. Oh, but yeah, I think that this teleporter is so sick. Nice. A lot of grenades coming from that guy. See, I think this encounter was actually not that bad. It's like kind of an ambush, but it didn't spawn the enemies like way ahead of time. And I threw myself in there and there wasn't an easy way to get out, right? It's like I could teleport her back out of there, but it's like pretty dangerous and you need to nail the shot to get out. But because the enemies were all over to the left of me, I had like some decision making, some wiggle room. I could backtrack over here. I tried to lure him to the right and then go back to the other side to buy myself some space. So that was actually a really like satisfying little room because of the fact that I got to approach it, right? It's like I went in here and now I'm taking out the enemies and I wasn't immediately surrounded on all sides. And I took a lot of damage. I don't think the fight went that good, but it was an interesting encounter because it wasn't just like a runaway, simulation. I don't know why I didn't have my double jump there. I tried to double jump over the shots and it didn't work. I've had that happen to me a couple times. Like, why couldn't I double jump there? Is it because, I have no idea why I couldn't double jump there. Like, that worked. That worked. Yeah, sometimes I just can't double jump and I don't really know why that happens. Oh, also, I loved this design when I did it the first time. That's great stuff. And these little like healing stations are nice. Nice. Okay. I think right. I think the core criticism for the enemy design comes down to I do not find it compelling to switch to a good weapon like that and then just like plow through a wave of enemies. And then the next wave of enemies, I switch to a different powerful weapon. And then the next wave of enemies, I activate my, powerful super move that kills everything. It's like, I want to like dodge attacks and like deal damage as I'm like dodging out of the way of stuff. I want to teleport to avoid damage. It's like, I want to have like these long drawn out engagements where I need to execute well to like avoid taking damage. You know what I mean? So that's why I stick to the Buster. That feels like the most honest way to engage with enemies. It's like when I play Silksong, I use the nail. When I play Mega Man, I use the Buster. I don't really switch weapons that much. And I think like it's fine to have the different weapons because people like to play in different ways. But I think a lot of the game design right now is predicated on people who want to play that way, which is cutting off a lot of people like me, who I love the movement, I love the teleporter, I love the way shooting feels, and I just want to have some sick fights where I need to dodge stuff. I need to shoot enemies, I need to execute well to like get away with it. And so that's like the main like game design feedback for the combat. But yeah, I think overall you have like really great animation on the main character. I think you have some really nice art for the enemies. And I think overall you're pulling everything together in a way that feels good. I think it just needs like a little bit of polish to take it to the next level in terms of like the different art treatments and stuff like that. And then a little bit more intentional design with the enemies and with all the different weapons and how that stuff works. And to rely a little bit less on ambushes. But yeah, great work, great work. You can only double jump from a jump, not a fall. Oh, I don't know why you would do that. That is something I would recommend changing for sure. Because here I fell off. It feels like, why can't I double jump, Every time where it happened to me, where I fell and then couldn't double jump, I was like, I thought to myself, I don't know why I can't double jump. And now that I know the answer, if I ever failed to double jump over some bullets or something because I fell instead of jumping, I would be like, I would in my head think, oh, that's stupid, and blame the game rather than myself. So that's something I would recommend changing for sure. Just because it's a little, it's unintuitive and doesn't feel good. If you don't know what's happening, it just feels like the double jump is bugged. And if you do know what's happening, I don't think I would blame myself. But yeah, I think especially with the teleporter is so satisfying to use. The teleporter is unbelievably sick. So I would design more of the like movement and platforming and enemy design on this sick teleporter. Oops. You'll never catch me. Haha. Okay, he caught me. Yeah, honestly, you could even make the enemies, like, design them in a way where they get sort of bamboozled. Like, he turned around to follow me on the teleport, frame perfectly. As soon as I teleported, he turned around, which makes sense if you're programming them to just follow the player. But it would be nice if after a teleport, they continue to follow where I used to be for, like, a quarter of a second or something, right? So that if he's about to start shooting at me, I can throw this, teleport to the other side of him and shoot him while he's shooting the wrong way. Wouldn't that be such a sick move? It's like, I think really leaning into the teleporter could make this game feel super sick because you already have this great Buster. The animations on the Buster feel great. The movement feels good. So if I could bamboozle enemies with stuff like that, that would be sick, He's about to swing his sword. I do this and he continues moving the wrong way. Stuff like that would be awesome. But enemy teleporter confusion is on your Trello board. Nice. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of other like individual points of feedback and stuff like that you'll be able to see in the VOD from while I played it, like stuff on like the art treatment and the parallaxing backgrounds and stuff like that. But overall, I think the core criticism, other than the camera, which I can talk about a little bit, which is that right now the camera doesn't have any look ahead. So as I'm moving to the left, most of the screen is to the right. When I move to the right, most of the screen is to the left. Right here, the camera didn't follow me up. So vertically, I don't have much space above me, which isn't a big deal here, but when there were falling rocks was more of a big deal. That was one of the key sources of frustration. Did I like not press a button to turn this off or something? One of the key sources of frustration was when I want to focus like on the enemies that are down here. Like the thing I care about, like as a player running through this hallway, getting to this point, what I care about right now is this stuff down in the bottom left, which is like 40% of the screen. So having the cursor guide look ahead. Yes. I think having some base camera look ahead, so when you're running to the left, the camera shifts to the left a little bit, but then also pull the camera towards the cursor. So if I'm running to the left and looking to the left, I get a lot of leftwards looking, but then I can also look backwards, right? And then if I'm running to the left and holding the camera to the right, then I'll get like a nice viewpoint where I can sort of see what I'm platforming to and see what I'm aiming at. I feel like stuff like that will work really well to make the camera feel a lot better. Because right now, one of my key sources of frustration was the camera. Especially like blind jumps. There were quite a lot of jumps where it's like right here, there is a lot of space below me where if like there was stuff down here, I'd be able to see it. But like if there was an enemy here on the ground, I wouldn't be able to see it and I would just fall onto him, right? So it's like avoiding stuff like that would be great. Don't you move the cursor a lot? Yeah, I think it's worth testing. I think having cursor look ahead could totally work. It might be too disorienting. That is a possibility. I don't think it will be, but I think it's something worth testing. And then if it's too much, then you can do more standard look ahead. Or you can even do like stationary camera stuff, like camera zones or whatever. Like when you enter here, you get like new camera boundaries, stuff like that would be great. I'm working on a devlog for the camera system for Isadora's Edge right now. I think it'll be worth it for you to, when devlog comes out, to check it out and see if you get any inspiration for how to do the camera systems in this game, because I think that would really help it out a lot. But yeah, dude, get owned. I actually dashed through him. Yeah, I think just think, oh, I didn't even see that enemy. Thinking about ways to force me to engage with the enemies beyond run away and shoot is like the core feedback. And then camera systems. There are lots of like little like art pieces, like little art concepts, lots of little pieces of game design feedback on like different pieces of the level as I played it. But overall, I think you have a very fun platformer with like some like really good moments of level design. But I think you just need to really hone in on the player's experience with doing different combats and stuff like that. Also, one thing I also wanted to mention is handling player expectations is very important. I forgot I told him about y'all would become a PNG tuber. Maybe firing could slow movement and cause kickback when idle. Because if there's a weapon with infinite ammo, there seems no drawbacks to spamming. Yeah, it seems like my best strategy is this, right? Like this strikes me as like what I should be doing. And might as well conserve my more powerful weapons for boss fights or something. But yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. With dealing with player expectations is getting the three pieces of the statue together and having like a whole big drawn out cutscene when I put the statue together really felt like it was leading up to like an epic boss fight. So when there wasn't a boss fight, I was disappointed. And then a portal showed up and I thought that portal would lead me to a boss fight. And I was like excited again. And then the portal took me to another level where I was like, okay, so I have to play through more, but probably there isn't much to this level. And then I'll get to the boss fight. But then there never was a boss fight. And so that like you did such a good job with setting up my expectations for there to be a boss fight, that it felt like almost criminal there wasn't one, you know? It's like, why did you set me up so much to be excited for this boss fight? Also, I love this cheese. I know it's not intentional, but it did make me laugh to do it. So it's like really think about what the player is expecting during the gameplay, so that you're not like misleading them, or if you are misleading them, it's on purpose, right? You can mislead your players to like subvert their expectations, right? And a good subversion of expectations can work wonders, you know? It's like, oops. There are plenty of times where subverting a player's expectations will work great, because that's what your goal is. But I don't think your goal was to make me expect a boss fight and then subvert it by having a second level instead. So the fact that there wasn't another level made me feel like my expectations were just let down rather than subverted. So I heard that about the shrine animation too. Yeah. So that's one thing. The one other piece is to think about. It's like, and thinking about not only the player expectations, but what your expectations of the player are. So it's like in any moment, like when you spawn an ambush of enemies or when you have like this, like it's clear when you're setting this up, your expectation is either for me to teleport across like this, or to jump and dash across. You have an idea for what you want the player to do. That's how you were able to set up a platforming challenge in the first place. Because by expecting me to do something, I have a clear goal in mind. But with the ambushes, it felt like that expectation of the player went a little bit out the window because I don't know what you want me to do. And so like spawning the enemies and setting them up and giving them their default behavior like that they do when they spawn in the ambush, and giving me a little grace period when the ambush happens, so that I have a moment to process all the enemies and think about what am I supposed to do right now. Which, as a game designer, I have the tendency to think like, what does the designer want me to do when something happens? Which is how I think about games, which is, I think, probably why I can pick up games pretty quickly a lot of the time. But for a non-game designer player, instead of thinking, what does the designer want me to do? They'll think, what can I do? Like, how do I get myself out of this situation? And you want those two thoughts to essentially have the same outcome. What does the designer want me to do in this situation? And what should I do to get myself out of this sticky situation? Should be one and the same. You should give your players an out. And then you have all these cool weapons and stuff that they can use to come up with their own solution. But that's like, you know, an extra layer on top of like the good game design fundamentals. So, hear me out. Guns that give the player momentum, letting the gun play a part in the movement and platforming. Yeah, having like a gravity burst gun, like, or like a sound wave gun or something that shoots like a big wave, almost like, you know, shoots a Wi-Fi signal that I can use to like pogo by shooting, like bunk, 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 bunk. That would be sick, right? So that's what I would, my advice to you for this game would be to really keep in mind both your expectations for the player and what the player is expecting while they're going through any particular part of the game, because that'll let you set things up in a way that's very satisfying for them. And then everything else we talked about. So really, really fun game. I really like the art. I love this main character. I love the obvious Mega Man inspirations are very clear, and I love Mega Man, so this game works for me really well. And I do love the multi-directional aiming. It feels very, it's very intuitive to shoot like this, and the platforming feels good. So you have a lot of good stuff on your hands. And I think with just a little bit more game design polish, you can have like a really satisfying platformer. So, great work. But yeah, let me go to my talking head view. With that in mind, I'm a little bit fried and I want to go eat dinner. So I'm going to go grab some dinner with Insandio. Thanks everyone for watching. If you're still watching the stream right now, make sure you click the like button. I really appreciate it. And thank you all for tuning into the stream. I hope you enjoyed the stream and I hope it was useful for you. Don't forget to check out my latest short, my latest video, all that good stuff. Leave a comment, all the supportive type stuff you can do for a stream and for a YouTube channel in general. Thank you all so much. I'll talk to you later. Peace.